Est-ce que, Adrien, est-ce que tu peux vérifier la synchronisation labiale de l'audio avec la vidéo sur le stream? Est-ce que je parle en même temps que ma bouche s'ouvre? Et c'est bla 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 ba 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 ba. Adrien, est-ce que ça rend comme il faut avec le son qui sort de ma bouche? Est-ce qu'il est synchronisé avec la vidéo qui part dans le stream YouTube? Bla 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 bla. Il faut. C'est quoi ce que tu m'envoies dans le retour? C'est le stream? C'est le live? Même le live. Oui, c'est là il leur faut le retour Zoom et le retour PPT. Oui, non, non, bah là, moi c'est surtout pour le stream et même de toute façon pour la diff live. Il y a la diff live, il y a vachement de latence. Mhm. Très bien, très bien. Ouais, très bien. Parfait. Sauf que ce qui est gênant, là, c'est que dans la diff principale, on est autant de délai, je trouve. Mais c'est bizarre, on passe par combien de... Parce qu'on a que le mélangeur qui va après dans la Quilon, c'est tout. Il y a une... T'as vu la latence que ça génère? Il y a un petit peu quand même. Hein. Enfin, c'est pas ultra choquant, mais... Et ça en plus, on peut pas le modifier parce que c'est du live. Et bonjour, bienvenue, blablabla, 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 blablabla. Et comment tu vas l'entendre? Ouais, la musique de fond. Karen, comment ça se fait qu'il y a autant de latence entre le live de latence audio? Il y a vachement de décalage audio. Ouais. Ouais, ça en génère autant que ça de la latence. Ah ouais? Et comment vous faisiez? Parce que tu micro dans ton ordinateur. Je vois. D'accord. Ouais. Ouais, bien sûr. Je vais voir. C'est surtout sur le labial du stream qui est encore plus important. Donc là, tu lui as dit vous lui avez dit de faire quelque chose ou pas? Okay. Est-ce que tu peux, du coup, Nico, tu peux m'envoyer le zoom dans le moniteur qui est en bas? Comme ça, non pas le zoom, le stream, tu peux l'envoyer? Ouais, comme ça je me vois en stream pour voir si le labial il est bon et je lui dis directement à Karine. Ouais, s'il te plaît. Le stream? Non. Bah, non, pas le retour du stream. Le stream, c'est toi qui le génères. Tu m'envoies ça dans le moniteur retour. Le flux que t'envoies dans le stream. que dedans. Est-ce qu'on peut finir juste les... Non, on peut le... Oui, mais on peut le faire justement. S'il vous plaît. Je te le dis moi. Ouais. Tu m'envoies la reprise cam dans le stream. Ok. Bla bla bla, bla 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 bla. Il y a encore... Attends, mais non, je te dis une connerie. Bouge pas Karine, hein, je prends l'ordi. Bla 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 bla. Ouais, c'est nickel, c'est bon. Oui, c'est bon, c'est bon. Tu peux remettre le logo sur le stream parce que comme il est en...
Et pour le zoom?
Peut-être là comme ça, il me semble que tu mets l'autre stick et qu'après il y a un verrouillage. Tu la mets droite et après il y a un verrouillage. Ouais, il me semble qu'il y a deux petites languettes que tu presses et tu cliques vers le bas. Ouais. Il me semble que tu la plaques droite et après tu as un loquet que tu presses. Ah, pardon, le cache du dessus, tu veux dire de... Oui, 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 ouais, il faut le redescendre. Ouais, tu te moquais de moi parce que j'ai oublié d'enlever un cache, donc je suis Ok, bah écoute. Hop, alors c'est le lien. Voilà. Je viens de te l'envoyer le lien.
Voilà, good morning. Good morning, everyone. If you can take a seat, that would be great. So happy to see you here this morning. We're going to get started in not even in a minute. All right. Jingle. Voilà, bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I would say also perhaps good afternoon or good evening, because I know that we have many friends watching us online from Australia, from New Zealand, from Singapore, Hong Kong, China, Dubai, Turkey, all over Europe. Thank you for being online with us. And it's going to be another great day that we are going to spend together. So this, for the first time, this summit occurs in a hybrid form, providing an important place for digital, as we had yesterday, while organizing live today and tomorrow in person. So we have meetings in Monaco in the strict compliance, actually, and this is quite important to underline, with COVID-19 rules in force. And by the way, I'm delighted to introduce these machines that that are around the room here. They're provided by UVX Solutions, and I'd like to thank Emmanuel Spanoudis and Elena Blandis. Emmanuel, you're here, you're at this table here, because you brought Titan air defense system that effectively inactivates 99.99%, that's pretty good, right, of all airborne pathogens, viruses, and bacteria, including COVID-19. So it's specially designed for any area where groups of people congregate. So sorry about that, where we meet together. So if you have any question about these machines, so anyway, feel comfortable, but any question, Emmanuel, right here, will be very happy to give you any details about that. So now that we feel relaxed and comfortable, today is day 2 of the summit. Yesterday was day 1, of course. It was fully, as I told you last night, fully digital with 26 different sessions of 20 minutes each. His Excellency, Prime Minister Pierre Dartout opened our summit, and Finance Minister Jean Castellini made the closing remarks. Both of them will join us later on. They have meeting at the Prince Palace, and the Prince himself will, His Serene Highness Prince Albert, will join us at 12:30, and Prime Minister as well. So they will be coming later on, and then we will enjoy their remarks as well, obviously. So, this summit is always a wonderful occasion to share the vision of the decision makers of the Principality. And I hope that you enjoy these insightful discussions on economy. That was yesterday, but it's all, again, all these sessions are recorded and they're all available on demand. About cultural heritage, about health, economy, sports, philanthropy, taxes, sovereign cloud, everything. I mean, we covered everything, and it's so exciting to see what the diversity that is provided by the Principality of Monaco. Sometimes we keep these images of Monaco that are the Formula One Grand Prix, the location and everything, but it's so wide and so deep that, and it's so exciting. And as far as I'm concerned, when I run all these discussions and interviewed, I was quite impressed by the passion of these decision makers. So we'd be very happy to share that passion with you. And then this Monaco Private Label Summit, annual summit, well, not last year, not the year before, but this one here, 2021-22, is all about networking, about discussing together, about learning, debating, mingling, and about, on the issues of disruptive technologies and factors that will influence today's society over the coming decades. So today, it's all about that. We will really be talking and listening and watching really disruptive and breakthrough innovations, and that will be very exciting, and also testimonies and sharing their visions, sharing their experience. So that will be very, very interesting. So, and tomorrow morning, I told you last night, we'll have another summit, which is the Monaco Private Label Young Leaders Summit, and that will take place at the University, International University of Monaco, and that will be led by Andrea Garcia, and Andrea will be coming on stage later on, and but you know her already. And so joining me today, and I'm very proud of that, and it's a treat, honor, is Andrew Neil. Andrew Neil is an extremely well-known broadcaster. He's the chairman of The Spectator. He was the editor of the Sunday Times. He formerly presented BBC political programs and was chairman of GB News. So please welcome Andrew Neil. Thank you, Andrew.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Michel, thank you for that introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, to everyone here and to everybody watching online. If there is anybody watching online from Ukraine, if you're able to do that, let me tell you that we are in awe and admiration of your stance against the Russian invasion. And we send you all our best luck, and I hope all our best arms as soon as possible. We have a fine day ahead of us. We're going to look at everything from finance to philanthropy to food, which is always an interesting topic. So I thought I'd begin by stepping back and looking at what I think will be some of the major geopolitical trends that will shape the 2020s. It's a broad brush, but I think you may find that some of these will influence how you are going to do business. I will start with what I think will be the fallout from Ukraine and what influence that will have in this decade ahead. How that will lead, I think, surprisingly, to a renaissance of democracy. How it will make it more difficult to do business with authoritarian and totalitarian regimes. How it will be part of a retreat, rightly or wrongly, in this decade from globalization. How we will once again, those of us who are older in the audience, will need to learn to live with inflation and labor scarcity, which we've not known for quite some time. But how this could be an innovation decade, and what will be the ingredients for success to make it so. All of that in 20 minutes, so I better get going. Let me try to put the events of Ukraine in some kind of historical context. I think we need to remind ourselves that the 21st century was meant to be the century which saw the ultimate triumph of democracy. The Berlin Wall had come down in 1989. Eastern Europe was freed from the Soviet yoke. It became democratic. It joined the EU, and in some cases, it joined NATO. Even Russia, which had known no democracy in its long history, was beginning to show stirrings of freedom and democracy in the 1990s. And of course, in the year 2000, China joined the WTO, and the hope was that as it became part of the global economy, so China would liberalize too, and if not become democratic, at least become less authoritarian. That was the hope. An American public academic described it as the end of history, in the sense that since modern history had been essentially a struggle between liberal democracy and other forms of government, if liberal democracy was going to triumph, then that struggle was over. In reality, this century, now as we enter its 23rd year, has seen the triumph, or at least the expansion, of authoritarianism. Previously democratic countries have become authoritarian, like Mr. Erdogan's Turkey. Previously authoritarian countries, like China and Russia, have become totalitarian. Everywhere you look, you see a spread of authoritarianism and indeed a confidence among authoritarians that their way is better than the democratic way, that this century is actually their century and not the democratic century. And time and again, democracy has been on the back foot. The authoritarians have taken the initiative. They pointed to the great crash of 2008, what a mess market economies can get into. They looked at how we handled the pandemic. They thought they had done better. Not so clear now that China is in lockdown again. But by and large, they were arguing that their way of doing things was better than the democratic way. And rather than authoritarianism being a step on the road to democracy, it was a different direction, and for them, a preferable direction. So far in this century, democracy has had very little to boast about. Indeed, as of now, only 20% of the world's population live in what could be described as democratic countries, whereas almost 40% certainly live in what can be described as authoritarian or totalitarian regimes, twice as much as the democracies. The rest are some sort of hybrid models in between, some freedoms, but also some authoritarian strains. And it looked like nothing was going to stop this. Indeed, it looked like we were prepared to do business with the authoritarians. Wall Street and the City of London poured into China to take advantage of that huge market. Germany and the rest of Europe, but above all Germany, saw nothing wrong in dealing with Russia, and even as Crimea was taken without any legal process, Germany decided to hook up for its gas supplies with Russia. And it looked like the Democrats were just going to go along with whatever the authoritarians did. And that, I think, is partly the backdrop to why President Putin thought he could invade Ukraine and get away with it. Well, he hasn't. And it's turned out to be much tougher than he thought it would be. And my sense is, as I see this, is that this could well be a turning point. That this is where the democracies finally find a spine, where they now stand up to the autocrats and the totalitarians, where they begin again to have more faith in their own institutions, in liberal democracy, in the way they do things, and that the fight back will begin. And already you can see that. President Putin wanted to destroy NATO. NATO has now never been more united. Germany, which has seen the hollowing out of its defense forces, under Chancellor Scholz, is now announcing a €100 billion rebuild of its German defense forces. America, which was moving to the Pacific and away from Europe, which it saw as a regional problem, is now more engaged with Europe than ever before. All of things, and giving leadership to NATO, all things that were not meant to happen but are happening. And perhaps when we see what is happening in Ukraine, it has given us a new belief, a new understanding of why our democratic freedoms are so precious and worthy of defending. So I think that Ukraine could well be an inflection point, a turning point, a wrong move for the authoritarians who must be thinking that maybe invading without reason a peaceful country isn't as easy as they thought, and a sense that the democracies are now going to get together and fight for what they believe in. If I'm right, and I think the signs are encouraging, I think this has major consequences for how we do business in the world. Because as I said, for most of this century, indeed for all of this century, we've been happy to do business with authoritarian and totalitarian regimes. I think that's now going to become harder. Unlike the first Cold War between Russia and the West, by the 1970s, the Soviet Union was an economic also-ran. There was very little Western investment in the Soviet Union. There was very little trade with the Soviet Union. That is the exact opposite of China's position today. Since it joined the WTO in the year 2000 and entered the global economy, it has become closely coupled with the Western economies, especially the United States. The West has poured investment into China and often been encouraged to do so by Western governments. Chinese trade has soared with the West, and Chinese investment has followed, from IT infrastructure, Huawei, to owning the port of Piraeus in Greece and much more. The nature of Cold War II, which is the China-American competition, is that much of this economic integration, I believe, will now be uncoupled in the 2020s. Western governments are going to insist on it. They do not want their businesses to do business with these kind of regimes anymore. Washington, D.C. is already insisting on this in a deeply divided city. This is one of the few consensus points between Republicans and Democrats. So it doesn't change whoever's in Congress, and it doesn't change whoever is in the White House. In China, President Xi is also increasingly hostile to global investment. Indeed, he's hostile to the private sector in general, including his own, where he's already dampened its animal spirits. The extent to which President Xi is returning China to its communist and totalitarian roots has been slow to dawn on Western governments and business, and it does make China a far less attractive place in which to do business. There's been a neo-Maoist purge of China's private sector, with the mugging of digital technical companies in every sector, from fintech to video games to ride-sharing. Alibaba, Tencent, Dai have all felt the president's wrath. China's private sector education, which is huge, is being purged of Western influence and culture to encourage what is called the essence of socialism. There's been a crackdown in 244 Chinese companies that are listed on the US stock exchange. They account for almost $2 trillion of capital and 4% of US total stock exchange values. So there is a profound change taking place here. As Western governments are thinking twice about having their businesses get involved in countries like this, and of course Russia is an even more obvious example now, so President Xi in China is saying, we don't really want you anyway. They're going to find a less welcoming environment in China, and their governments will be telling them not to invest anywhere, to go elsewhere, or to bring their supply chains home. And overall, this geopolitical trend is likely to slow global growth. It's also likely to lock China into what is known as the middle income trap, which is that it has come out of poverty and into a developing nation with a middle income level by global standards, but cannot push through to the upper income levels of the advanced economies. This will also encourage the retreat from globalization. The experience of the pandemic, which disrupted stretched supply lines, and the growing difficulties of operating in authoritarian and totalitarian states, exacerbated by President Putin's assault on Ukraine and President Xi's severe internal clampdown, take them all together, and the pressure now to shorten and simplify supply chains across the globe is huge. The growth in authoritarianism means that there have now been fewer trade-friendly governments anyway, and a greater risk to global supply. The World Bank last year published a survey that showed that 80% of global trade in the past 20 years is now with countries where political stability is deteriorating. And business don't like instability. The McKinsey report of last year discovered that 93% of corporations plan to make supply chains more resilient by locating their operations closer to their markets. The transition, therefore, to more regionalized, more local supply chains, less dependence on global supply chains or cheap labor, is well underway and will be a feature of the 2020s. It will mean for weaker but more stable global growth, higher domestic wages as you onshore more and more, less consumer choice probably as well, and of course price rises, because the reason why these supply chains were global was because overall they were cheaper than domestic supply. But I think politics will overtake cheapness in this. This is happening at a time when we see a growing scarcity and cost of labor. And it is why inflation is not temporary. Now, the central banks told us barely a year ago that they would see through the current price rises caused by supply-side shocks, and they would come out the other end and inflation would be back to their target. They said that when they assumed weak labour markets, that the pandemic would cause substantial unemployment across the Western world. In fact, it hasn't. Labour markets are strong, labour is increasingly scarce, and today's inflation is being baked into tomorrow's pay rises, which is why inflation is not going to go away. Now, it is important to realize in the 2020s, this is not a return to the 1970s or the 1980s when we hit double-digit inflation and with it, double-digit interest rates. Not that. But it's very different from the 15 years we've just had when deflation was a bigger threat than inflation and when labor was cheap and plentiful. Neither will be true in the 2020s. The plentiful supply of cheap labor has been a hallmark of the first 2 decades of this century. Not any longer. There are shifts in global demography and changing work habits, making labor much scarcer. The baby boomer generation is leaving the labor force. That's been accelerated by the pandemic. A lot of people in their late 50s and early 60s decided to need to go back to full-time work. By the way, thanks to QE, the artificial printing of money, their assets were rising in value. Their homes were rising, their shares, their bonds, all rose in value. They felt they didn't have to go back. That has seen the labor force be curtailed. Dependency ratios are rising everywhere. The number of people who are not working to the people who are. That is rising everywhere. There is only one China, and China joined the global economy in the year 2000. It was like 1.3 billion people adding to the labor force, on top of another 350 million from Eastern Europe. That was the source of the cheap labor, either cheap labor immigrating to Western countries or cheap labor producing cheap products to export to Western countries. It was the equivalent, when China joined the WTO, of 34 OECD countries joining the global economy. But it was a one-off adjustment. And even China is now aging more rapidly than feared. They held back publishing last year's census because they wanted to massage their figures a bit more. Even when they did, they realized that their population had effectively ceased to grow. That in the last decade, the population of the Chinese over the age of 60 grew by 80 million. That's a Germany of old people. That's 80 million people in one country. The fertility rate is still falling despite the end of the one-child policy. And everywhere you look, you see this same labor scarcity. In the United Kingdom, there are over 1 million job vacancies now, the highest on record. In the United States, it's over 10 million job vacancies, the highest on record. Unemployment has even fallen in France, which might help President Macron get re-elected in a country notorious for a very sticky high level of unemployment. So the great global labor glut of the 21st century has ended. So has the stagnation of real wages, which are now set to rise in real terms. And for everybody in this room and beyond it and watching now, the war for talent becomes more intense than ever. Businesses have been in a war for talent ever since we became an information economy. But as labor is scarce, that war for talent will become ever more intense. And it makes the case for more investment and not just hiring more people intense as well. And I think the reason for more investment is not just to do with the cost of labor, but because I think, despite the rather grim geopolitical situation, we are on the brink of an innovation decade. So far, this century has not actually seen great technological breakthroughs, not like the 80s or the 90s. It's seen changes. Your smartphone is much smarter than it was. Your battery on that smartphone is still as useless as ever, and will have run out before the end of today, I can assure you. But I think what we're going to see in this decade is the merging of existing technologies with new ways of doing things. And I liken it to the 1920s, where in the 1920s, a established new technology, electricity, which came on the scene in the 1890s, suddenly took advantage or allowed a range of new innovations. Household appliances, which could be powered by electricity, washing machines, fridges, carpet sweepers, dishwashers, all sorts of things that are now taken for granted. And of course, that all changed society, and particularly the role of women in society. And I think that kind of technological change with AI, robotics, digital developments everywhere, but above all in medicine and so on, is going to see a huge innovation decade take place. And the good news is that the money is there to do it. Corporate treasuries are full, and even if they need to borrow, borrowing will remain relatively cheap. Even with interest rates higher than they've been, they will still be well below the levels that they were in the 1970s, 80s, and even the early 90s. So this is a consummation of forces which will allow business to invest in these new technologies and make a major difference, and the expense of labor will encourage them to do so, because they will substitute labor with their capital investment, and it will still mean they'll still be looking for labor as well. So I see a whole range of new things coming, from driverless cars and trucks and taxis to medical breakthroughs to a robotic warehousing, massive changes in energy consumption. We cannot have a green revolution until we develop how to store power in massive quantities. That is going to take a huge change in battery technology. But I think in the 2020s, you might see that coming. Now, this raises challenges and opportunities. And who will be best equipped to take advantage of this new environment? I think it remains a particularly difficult challenge for Europe. It has spent decades of underspending on defense, hence its fear of Russia. The US will still pivot to the Pacific in the long run, because that's where its biggest geopolitical threats are in the 2020s and beyond. Post-Brexit, the European Union has yet to find its purpose, indeed yet to find its leadership. The British were often rightly blamed for holding back integration. They're not there now, but integration hasn't happened. A revanchist Russia to its east, a serious instability to its south, from the Maghreb to the Levant to the Sahel, and the invasion of Ukraine, which has dragged the US back. Over 100,000 US troops are now based in Europe. NATO is bolstering its eastern frontier, which is now the frontier of the liberal democratic world. NATO has never been more united, but it is no more than a breathing space, because in the end, geopolitics will drag America to the Pacific, and Europe will need to look after its own defense and well-being, for the simple reason that America now, even America, cannot afford to do both. The Chinese challenge requires entirely different military forces from the European situation. It is essentially in the Pacific, amphibious in air. In Europe, it's armor and boots on the ground. And America cannot afford to do both. So Europe will have to step up. The pivot will still happen. We are probably lucky that the Ukraine crisis has happened when America probably has its last Atlanticist president in the White House, someone who was brought up and whose foreign policy ideas were melded, made by the Cold War with the Soviet Union and the importance of the Atlantic Alliance. The next presidents of the United States will not have that history. They're much more likely to be specific looking. It is, therefore, a breathing space. And in that breathing space, the omens are mixed. At the start of the 21st century, 40 of the world's most valuable companies were from the European Union. Only 2 decades later, That's down to 15, 40 to 15 in 2 decades. The market cap of Apple is bigger than the combined market cap of all 30 companies on the German DAX. Just think about it. Europe's powerhouse, and yet one American company has a greater market value than all 30 of these big German companies put together. It's only a little less than the 40 companies on the French CAC. The EU does not, as we move irreversibly to become an information economy, the EU does not have a single university in any of the recognized lists of the world's top 30. Not one. The absence of entrepreneurial dynamism is clear. I mean, I think Mr. Bush probably went too far as president when he said the problem with the French is they don't have a word for entrepreneur, because clearly they do. I think it's entrepreneur. But that lack of entrepreneurial dynamism is clear. In the United States, 9 out of 10 of the richest billionaires made all of their billions solely from companies that they founded themselves. Bezos with Amazon, Gates with Microsoft, Mr. Tesla, the richest of them all. In the EU, 50% of Europe's top billionaires inherited their family fortunes from a long time ago. What is the more entrepreneurial dynamic? And the view from London is not that much better. It is true that Britain now has more unicorns than France, Germany, and Sweden combined. It is true that after America, Britain has the most world-class universities in the top 30. It is true that there is more of an entrepreneurial climate in certain parts of the United Kingdom, London, Cambridge, Manchester, and so on. But the entire FTSE 100, Europe's biggest stock exchange, is worth about as much as Microsoft. 15 years ago, 1 in 5 IPOs were done in London. Now it's 1 in 25. Hong Kong did 50%, Shanghai 40%, New York 12%. The FTSE has become a historic index. It's like looking back in the past. Banks, mining companies, 20% is in technology, 40% of the S&P 500 is in technology. So there's a problem for all countries as they wish to take advantage of it. Let me just finish with this. If I'm right on these trends that I'm talking about, and that even with these grim geopolitical trends, there is still excitement and opportunity in business, in a different environment of more inflation, greater labor scarcity, but huge innovation possibilities. Who are most likely to take advantage of that? And what would the characteristics be? It is unfashionable to do so, or to point to it for obvious reasons, but Israel points to many ways in which you can succeed in the 21st century. People often ask me, where will the new Silicon Valley be? It's easy, it's already Israel. That is the new Silicon Valley. I go to the Gulf a lot, and the UAE, and Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait, and in Doha. They all want to know the secret sauce of Israel. They all want to find ways of reproducing Israel's huge success. And it's clear what's required. It means advanced education systems at school and university level. Knowledge economy needs knowledge. The entrepreneurs don't need to be that well educated. They can sometimes benefit from not being. Bill Gates, like Steve Jobs, but they hire very well educated people. You need to make the human factor paramount. In this global war for talent, you need to be able to attract the best and the brightest. And that isn't always money. That could be values. It could be the way, the morality in which you approach business for younger people. It isn't just money. It is providing a work environment that satisfies and provides freedom of lifestyles. It means accommodating immigration. In a war for talent, how can you afford to turn away bright, motivated, well-educated immigrants? You can. You end up like Japan. If you do, 35 years of stagnation. So when you add these things up, and you need a relaxed attitude to failure as well. Failure is not the end of the road. It is simply a stopping point on the way to success. And when you add up these characteristics that will take most advantage, it isn't China now, thanks to President Xi. It certainly isn't Russia. It could be Europe, but it's a lot to do. It's certainly the United States, which still has all these characteristics. But more and more, it is East Asia, excluding China, the smaller economies, the dynamic economies, the economies where entrepreneurialism is vibrant, where education is not just trusted, but is revered, where a parent wants their kid to be well educated. So all is not lost. The opportunities are huge, but the challenges are huge too, and the sooner we recognize them, the sooner we can deal with them. Thank you very much. Michael, I'll get you to come back over the show.
Thank you very much, Andrew. It's really very highlighting outlook and geopolitical trends. So without any further ado now that you talk about failure, we talk about success, you talk about opportunities, entrepreneurship, I think it's time now to invite on stage two entrepreneurs based in Monaco. And I'd like to invite Kat Holt and Miles Pelham on stage. Please, welcome. Thank you very much. So thank you, Miles. If you take here with the mic, I have a few questions for you. So, Kat, you are running July 12 Capital, which is a multinational family office with global investments in public and private technology companies in the semiconductor hardware, software, artificial intelligence, and fintech spaces. Miles, you founded, among many other innovation and companies, DigiNex, and you will be talking about that, which is a disruptive impact tech business helping organization to address the world's more pressing ESG and sustainability issues using the latest blockchain technology, for instance, to lead change and increase transparency. So my first question to you, Kat, it's as you have set up Monaco as your home base now, what has surprised you about Monaco from a personal and professional perspective? We've been talking about the Silicon Valley, we've been talking about Israel, we've been talking about China. You know, Andrew covered the whole thing, but what about your own experience here in Monaco?
Michel, thank you very much. And first of all, I'd like to say thank you to you and your whole team and all the sponsors and partners of the event for organizing it. I watched it online yesterday. It was phenomenal. And today I think we're going to have another great day. So you asked what surprised me about Monaco. I think many people who haven't come to Monaco, who don't know Monaco, they think of three things: casinos, yachts, and the Grand Prix. And, you know, Monaco has those three things. But we think it has much more, and we've decided to settle here because we believe that Monaco has it all for all. In fact, I think that should be Monaco's tagline, probably. I think from the perspective of families settling here, the great thing is Monaco has phenomenal education. Like Andrew was saying, education is paramount. Monaco also has great healthcare and a lot of innovation put into innovation in healthcare as well. Monaco has a phenomenal proximity to the biggest trading bloc, the EU, and I think that's great for investment. It's also great for collaboration of businesses. And look, the time zone, you mentioned it yourself today, that we've got people joining from Asia to then west of the US, and I don't want to put any spoilers on the program, but I hear we're going to be connecting to space, so, you know, can't underestimate Monaco. But look, being British, one of the things we also talk about is the weather. And I used to live in London. I love London, but London has about 300 days of gloom and rain. And I think I read a statistic that Monaco has about 350 days of sunshine and 6 days of rain. and I counted 5 of them last week, so I think summer is going to be great.
All right, great. Thank you very much, Kat. Miles, as a serial entrepreneur, you have chaired and invested in various ethically focused companies. Today, you are the founder and chairman of Diginex, which is, as I said, ESG data company. So could you, Miles, tell us more about your founder journey and what role technology can play to enhance better environmental, social, and governance ESG practices globally?
Thank you, Michel. Nice to be here. So my professional background is out of finance. I've been in finance for 20 years, but really my entrepreneurial traits come from that of my personal background, which is a very working class upbringing, brought up predominantly by my mother, who was very talented at using entrepreneurial ventures to make ends meet. And I remember leaving university, and this was during the coming age of the internet. And I never had the vision or the skill set with which to create a technology company then. But what I did have was a profound feeling that each generation has one, maybe two technological advancements which define their era. And I was living through the age of the birth of the internet. And so when blockchain came along, I was having a successful career in banking. It was really, I did a lot of research, became convinced that this was a technological advancement of my generation. And really, there was no doubt in my mind that I should leave finance and build a technology company that was focused on harnessing this technology for social good. And that's what we did, and Diginex was born 6-7 years ago. We've just last year completed our Series A, which Fitch Ratings led, and we had a working capital and Hafnia that also took a stake in the company. We're a small to growing company. We're 100 employees. But growing fast, and I've just launched our Series B, so if anybody's interested in investing in tech for good business, please reach out. We've got 3 main core products which use technologies to help push the social agenda from that is just narrative to actually implementation. We've got Diginex ESG, which is a platform that helps corporates through the incredibly complex and daunting journey of not knowing anything about reporting your sustainability data. And eventually coming up with your ESG metrics to, in a very easy, simplified fashion, taking you all the way through that so you can just press a button and produce your sustainability report. The price point is trying to make it accessible to all, so we're 95% cheaper than the traditional way of producing a sustainability report. And that's going quite well and snowballing. We currently sell into 25 different countries and have clients in over 80 sectors. The next is that of Diginex Climate, which uses climate tech to help corporates measure, monitor, and manage their carbon footprint. And soon we'll be able to offset their carbon footprint through a marketplace that we're developing. So that has corporates such as HSBC. And the last product is that of a very powerful tool. And this was really in the beginnings of the business, what we first developed, that helps mainly large multinationals monitor and vet their very complex supply chains. You know, they're ginormous and invariably end in Asia, and helps corporates with a good sustainability agenda vet and root out things like modern slavery, worker abuse, and underage working practices. And that has customers such as Coca-Cola and Reckitt and these sort of people. So we've got about 10 multinationals using that, even though it was launched 3 months ago. So that's my founder's journey, and that's how we're trying to use tech to further the impact of ESG agendas.
Thank you very much. So going back to you, Kat. So as a fairly new resident of Monaco, with your background is in investing and philanthropy as well. Where do you focus, or where would you like to see other focus?
Thank you, Michel, for that question. So, and you've done a phenomenal introduction of the family office, but one thing I wanted to mention is we've decided to invest into impact and sustainability. So impact, because we really believe this is the one value that unites generations and allows us to stand together and look forward. And that's another reason why we settled in Monaco, because Monaco is, I think, one of the best places in the planet to settle if you're looking at investment in Monaco. You know, the Royal Highness, the Prince, the government, the organizations, the foundations, they've spent decades investing into impact, climate, etc. And you can see this. You can see this around. You can see the charging EV stations popping up everywhere. You can see the electric buses, etc., etc., etc. And this event today in particular is focused on celebrating businesses over the last 100 years and the success. But where we would like to focus looking at the future 100 years is actually children and education. As we invest in entrepreneurs, we believe that children are the brains and are the entrepreneurs of tomorrow. And just like Andrew said, education is very important. And it's not just about the general education, it's about the values. It's about understanding what entrepreneurship is and what that journey is. So when the entrepreneurs of tomorrow, 5 years, 10 years, 15, we have a long-term view. When they decide to start a company, we want them to make the first call to us. And by us, I mean everybody here. I mean everybody sitting in the audience, everybody online, us, the banks, the law firms, the investors. So I'd like everybody to join us in this journey and our mission in investing in children and their education and entrepreneurship.
Thank you, thank you. Going back to you, Miles, you in 2017, yes, you retired from a successful banking career, as you said. Do you believe that that transition towards sustainable finance is real? Are you convinced?
I think it's undeniable, and it's growing each year. I think 5 years ago there were some $20 trillion of assets under management of sustainable agendas and investment thesis. I think today it's at 40 billion. Of asset managers that have signed up to the UN's principles for responsible investing, there's $100 trillion that have signed up now, which when you think that the total AUM is 140, 150 billion, this is no longer a niche fad market. I mean, it's mainstream. And I think that over the course of the last 24 months, that's really accelerated, and expect the numbers to accelerate. I think really predominantly that's down to two factors. I think COVID has a real impact. We've all slowed down, stayed in the same spot, realized the fragility of life, and actually reflected on the damage that we're doing to the ecosystem and the environment. I think also COP26 really had an impact. I was fortunate enough to be made a global innovator of the World Economic Forum, so I got to attend the conference. And it wasn't just the conference itself, it was the prelude to the conference where you had big multinationals entering into massive marketing campaigns where they were pushing, you know, you had pension funds that are saying, your pension can do this, and showing a clip of a coal power station being demolished. Or a very big push in the narrative of the media that one's portfolio isn't necessarily just for investment purposes. It's actually your chance to vote whether you would like to live in a sustainable planet with a green future, or whether you want to keep supporting businesses that are destroying ecosystems. And I think that's there's been a really fundamental and clear shift, both in the numbers that are going into ESG, but in the mindset of the populace. And I think that will continue, which is very encouraging, because finance is a very critical cog to making change and having an impact on the populace's agenda.
Yeah, definitely, and that's music to the ear of our finance minister, who will be joining us. He's not here yet, but he will be coming soon, before noon or so, around noon, and he will probably tell us his vision on this that field, and definitely the sovereign fund of the Principality, which is now, he will tell us everything, but it's about 40–50% green, but he wants it in the next 2–3 years to be 100% green, so ESG and so forth. So I've got a question for both of you, actually, or you can reply. So what would be your advice to investors and business leaders that are new to ESG criteria? Why should anyone care, and where to get started? Kat?
Sure, thank you for that question. So I think one thing that you shouldn't underestimate is that most funds actually have now a mandate. They have to invest into a business that has a specific ESG score. In fact, you can go on Bloomberg, and Bloomberg scores businesses with the ESG score. So I don't think it's something that people should or maybe think about. It's something that's mandatory now. And even the businesses that are in mining, for example, or in oil, et cetera, traditional, what they're called dirty industries, they're already looking to renewables and other things, including ESG. So I'll hand over to Miles at this point, probably, but I think ESG is a must, not a maybe.
Yeah, Miles?
Yeah, I think there are two different pods there. You've got the investors and you've got the businesses. I think in terms of investors, it's to avoid greenwashing. Marketing and PR firms are extremely sophisticated in subversive techniques to make us believe any data is good data for whatever corporate they're working for. So I think as an investor, you've really got to look at the data, at the facts. There are many reporting standards out there, be they GRI, SASB, the World Economic Forum has just released theirs, that put that in a standardized framework. So look for corporates that are actually working within those. And what's very important is to make sure that there's some audit and some third-party verification of those numbers, because it's very easy for corporates to make their own interpretation of their kind of performance in this place, which might not always reflect what the others are. So at Diginex, we partnered with SGS, which is the largest certification and verification company in the world, that anyone on our platform will be verified by them. So I think it's very important that you're making your investment decisions knowing that you can have trust in the numbers. In terms of business, having been knees deep in this now for 5 or 6 years, I would say avoid sustainability consultants. They are not indispensable, but you could probably spend 10 to 20% what you're spending at the moment on sustainability. I think that they're very adept at milking what is the very complex and daunting world of ESG. I think that you should empower and use the power of technology to help you through that journey. Our platform or any other platform that helps you take it in-house and control that data, to audit that data, to set your processes in place. Much more efficient, faster, more accessible way to do it. I think businesses should also, you've got to look at the surveys of the young populace and their mindset, and that is whatever you say as a corporate, they don't trust what you're saying. They're manipulated every day on social media. They haven't grown up in the world that we have. And they're very untrusting of corporates and the spin, of governments and the spin, and that's just the world we live in. And these are your customers of today and your customers of tomorrow. And I think blockchain is a fantastic tool for taking out that lack of trust. If you put it into a third party or a cloud-based database that is immutable, it means that they can have trust that this isn't tampered with, that nobody's gone back and changed some figures that were quite inconvenient. And I know that my generation and the older generation, blockchain is really something that they haven't got a grasp on, but the younger generations have, and you should look to embrace that.
Thank you, Marlon. Later on today, we'll have also the point of view of high-profile Monaco-based bankers. They will come on stage and tell us more about that. Last question before we wrap it up. It's in time, as Andrew put it out earlier on, in times of uncertainty, that how do you navigate today, in today's ever-changing business environment and stay on course to success? Because you really have to navigate, and when you listen to Andrew, we're not, it's an ever-changing situation. Okay?
Thank you. So I think uncertainty is always there, right?
Yeah.
There's uncertainty about today, there's uncertainty about next week, there's uncertainty about next year. So I think we should look at companies, as we've mentioned today, are celebrating 100 years. It's the companies that are looking forward, and I think you need to identify the values, whatever your work is, whether you're an investor, whether you're a startup, etc. You can't just live day by day. You have to look at something that will be cross-generational. And as we said, for us, it's sustainability and impact. But if you have your eyes on the prize, and this is what I always ask startups, what's going to get you up in the morning in the next 10 years? So if you can identify those values and you can identify those goals, I think, the day-to-day and the uncertainties, they'll always happen. That's a certainty. Right. There'll be uncertainty. But just identify the goal, and no matter what, move towards it.
Thank you. What about you, Mike?
I think from the business sense, it's to stay nimble, review regularly, don't get stubborn and bogged down in processes that you thought were fit for purpose 6 or 9 months ago. I mean, at Diginext, we have a full business review every 90 days, which is myself and the executive sitting down, and we look at our product lineup, delivery plans, sales, client feedback, competitor analysis, and we really make sure that the business is pointed in the direction where we're going to where the ball is going to be. And that changes, particularly in technology and high growth technology space. And there's no emotional about it. There's no regrets that we've built a module that now is not going to be used. We just pivot. We pivot towards where the ball's going to be and make sure that we're always producing the most dynamic client products. And I think that's very important. I think I'm not teaching anything new. It's very common in technology companies to do this, particularly high growth ones. But in my more traditional businesses, it's contingency planning, which you're all very au fait with, having plan B, C, D, E, F. And yeah, as Kat said, it's uncertainty is certain.
Right. Well, thank you. Thank you. And this is the point of view of 2 Monaco-based entrepreneurs. And thank you so much for this highlight. And now we are going to move to another exciting panel. But thank you very much. And then thank you for being with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as Andrew Neil is a co-host with me, it's my pleasure to leave the floor to Andrew. The time here, the timer. Perfect.
Thank you, Michael. Now, as lunch approaches, let's talk about food. Let me welcome Michael Pellman Rowland to the stage. Michael, come on up. Please have a seat. Michael, you talk about that food is undergoing the largest transformation since the end of World War II. How do we see that and why?
Well, the why, you talked a lot about in your prepared remarks. You know, we're going through some pretty meaningful shifts, both geopolitically on this trend of deglobalization. So increasingly, it's going to be important for governments to be able to make food without relying on other governments for it. So that's one of the reasons. Probably the biggest driver is what's happening with climate. We have an expanding population and needing to grow more and more food in conditions that are going to be more and more unfavorable. So hotter, drier, more intense heat, more intense cold, less water, and we have a declining ecosystem that makes it easier to do these things. So investors, entrepreneurs are looking at this like any other opportunity and are saying, I want to build something to fix that. And so the transformation, like most things, are coming from necessity.
Can we see any of this in our supermarkets yet?
It depends on where you live. So increasingly in the US, I would say absolutely. Bit by bit here in Europe, and increasingly here in Monaco and France. And I would say less so in emerging markets, because as of now, most of the technological shifts that are occurring within our food system are still sort of reserved for the developed markets. So much of what's happening in this food revolution is still very much early in its trajectory. So I think of what's happening in food now as sort of akin to where technology was in the late 90s. So starting to sort of show up on the radar, but still very much early in its journey, and probably will take another decade or more before it has really penetrated, the global markets.
What are the technological developments that will impact the market, the production of food?
Well, it's really threefold. So there's tech that's happening on farm. There's tech that's happening in how we can actually make things that were previously unmakeable, and tech in our ability to deliver these things effectively. So think supply chain, think blockchain, and so forth. So on farm, that can more easily be described as ag tech. So whether these are sensors that are making it easier for us to measure the amount of soil that is sequestering carbon, making meters smarter so we use less water on farm, coming up with novel ways to use alternatives to pesticides and other fertilizers, which are having a massively damaging impact both on human health, on biodiversity like bee populations, and also in the runoff that ends up in oceans and is acidifying the ocean. So that's one. The other is what's happening in protein. So one of the largest tax that our food system has is through our production of protein, largely through beef. And so much of the innovation that we're seeing now is how can we make the same proteins but do so with substantially less energy, water, land, and other critical resources. So you've probably seen in the public markets companies, whether it be an Oatly or a Beyond Meat or even a pasture-raised business like Vital Farms, are all receiving a lot more capital and attention because they're figuring out novel ways to make similar things and hopefully ultimately better things than we can make now, but do so with substantially less resources.
Is there a lot of investment now pouring into this?
Well, in the grand scheme of the food system, it's still pretty small, but relative to where it's been, it has been a massive escalation. So if you look back 10 years ago, 2012, there were probably 5 deals done in the alternative protein category for a total of maybe $100 million or so. And last year, there were, I think, 258 deals done for a total of about $5 billion. So it's moving up relatively aggressively, and that's being driven by both entrepreneurs who are starting businesses that are working and investors, whether that be sovereign funds, corporates, and others that see this as a viable part of minimizing the risk in their own businesses.
Where are these developments taking place?
Well, globally, but it has largely been centered in the US, increasingly in Europe, and as you mentioned earlier, in Israel, where because they have such advances already in technology, they're able to leverage a lot of the science that they've already built up in their biotech business and their water tech business and apply it to food. And when you're in even places like Dubai, where you're surrounded by a lot of sand and increasingly surrounded by neighbors that may or may not be your friends tomorrow, it becomes critical to be able to grow your own food, particularly in conditions where previously it was considered impossible to do so. So that can mean growing your own meat in bioreactors, growing produce in vertical farms, and other technologies that are being deployed right now.
I've seen some of these vertical farms in Abu Dhabi. They're very impressive, but they're very energy intensive.
Exactly right. So these are going to be some of the follow-on solutions that come from outside of the food system that allow for some of these things to manifest. So specifically vertical farming. There are some that are now bolting on to existing power plants to offtake energy that otherwise wouldn't get used. And you have increasing developments in things like solar, wind, and increasingly green hydrogen, and other moonshot technologies like fusion and fission that might make these things a lot more meaningful. But the main technological challenge that vertical farms have is the ability to do so at scale and at cost and make things that aren't just greens and other vegetables that they're largely relegated to.
Are there company names involved in this that we would recognize, or are they generally below the radar at the moment?
Well, it's sort of a tale of two cities, so you have a lot going on in the startup world, so Series A, B, C companies that maybe you've heard of through some press releases of, Temasek maybe investing in them or Bill Gates investing in them. And then on the flip side, you've got large corporates, so whether that's Nestle, Unilever, Tesco, that are all making substantial investments either in acquiring brands or even setting up their own venture arms. So particularly in the US, this has become common where General Mills or Mars are setting up their own venture arms and are investing very early in technologies or businesses that they see as potentially viable to bolt into their business lines and getting in early so they don't have to overpay in the later rounds at such higher valuations. They'd rather get in on the ground floor. So yeah, I would name a lot of those CPG companies, and then it depends. So you've got fermentation players, which are basically brewing proteins. So there's a company called the Every Company, which used to be called Clara Foods, that are fermenting egg whites. You've got Geltor, which is fermenting gelatin, which is used in a lot of confectionery goods. Upside Foods, which is a cellular company that's growing meat in bioreactors. So those are some examples.
What examples can you give us of things we are now doing in this field that you're talking about that 5, 10 years ago just didn't happen?
Well, I'd say the industry that has sped up most rapidly has been cellular agriculture. So this is the process by which you can take cells from a live animal, so that could be a cow, a chicken, even a fish, and they take those cells, much like you would take a biopsy at a doctor when you're making sure that your skin's okay. They do a similar biopsy of an animal, bring it to a lab, mimic the conditions that would exist on that animal's body, and literally grow the actual protein that the animal would grow, but without all the other body parts. So it sounds really weird. It probably sounds like frankenfood. There's a lot of debate whether consumers will actually want to eat this stuff. But there's no question that the technology that is being deployed to make this a reality has advanced very rapidly. I would say, garnered probably 50% of all the capital that went into alternative protein last year. And so it's still, I'd say, an open question as to whether these businesses will ultimately succeed at scale to become a viable competitor in the marketplace for meat. But 5 years ago, it would have been considered laughable and is now considered possible.
Is there still regulatory or NGO or even government resistance to this sort of thing? I mean, I'm thinking of Europe's attitude to GM foods.
Absolutely. So it really is going to depend on if you're investing or if you're a corporate, what you're focusing on and where. So you mentioned in Europe, GMOs largely, not being, palatable. So a brand like Impossible Foods just simply can't sell into this marketplace because the heme that they use to make their plant-based meat taste like meat is a genetically modified product. In the US, for cellular agriculture, there has been early works between the USDA and the FDA to create a framework to regulate cellular agriculture. And then you've got places like Singapore where it's already legal and they're actually selling cellular chicken in restaurants. So it's actually a thing. So the next time you're in Singapore, if you want to try chicken that's real chicken but not from a chicken, you can do it. It exists. They're making a very small supply, so it's not scalable, but it exists. And so it really depends on where you are in the world, but I think the regulatory environment and the resistance is probably going to ramp up if they continue to make progress and are seen as more of a threat. But I will mention that some of the largest investors in these businesses are the businesses that are going to be most under threat from them. So whether that's Tyson Foods, which has been investing heavily in alternative protein, see this as a way to not get disrupted. So for them, it's smart to make investments in these businesses on the off chance that they succeed and become disruptive to their existing business, which frankly is going to have a very hard time succeeding in an environment where we have less water, and increasing climate challenges, and a consumer that increasingly wants to feel good about the food that they're eating.
It sounds like a lot of these new developments are taking place a long way from where the food is most needed.
In some respects, yes. And so that's partly why this deglobalization trend that you referenced is driving a lot of the technological innovation and investment in it. So one of the largest investors in this space are places like the UAE, because they import at least 90% of their food. And increasingly, as we've seen with Ukraine, if there are wars that break out or just increasing sort of geopolitical fractions, it's going to be harder to do business with the countries that largely supply us now. So these technologies are going to make it easier to grow things in your country that you couldn't do so before. So if anything, just from a national security perspective, investing in these technologies, or at least looking into them, is going to be paramount to hedging your bets that your current trading partners may not be your friends tomorrow.
And are investors now beginning to appreciate the opportunities?
Increasingly so.
It's quite new.
It's very new. I mean, you can look at the Rolodex of the major investors in this space, and it's quite impressive. So whether it's the Silicon Valley tech leaders of the world, or Bill Gates, whether it's multinationals like a Temasek, whether it's sovereign wealth funds, or the large corporates themselves, there's no question about, the viability or the quality of the investors who are in it. The trick is that so much of what's needed is early stage capital to get a lot of these early companies to the point at which institutional capital will flow. And that's really the role of private investors, family offices, or what is more commonly called now impact investors, which are the kind of clients that I work with, who are coming in these early stages and are looking at the impact that these businesses can potentially have as being as important as the return that they can generate as a way to try to bolster this industry and make it easier for success to come out of it, to then make it easier for a pension fund, an institutional hedge fund, or venture firm to say, okay, this business is now doing 10 million, 20 million, 50 million in revenue on the path to IPO, and those are much easier checks to write. So the investor base is growing, but it is still, I'd say a relatively niche in the grand scheme of the global financial market. And hopefully the conversation today will make it easier for everybody in the room, whether they're a government official, a corporate individual, or even a consumer and investor, to see this as really a viable part of any strategy that you're thinking about now, because it touches just about every important aspect of our global supply chain and our geopolitical environment.
It sounds like it's a sector whose time is coming.
Well, I'm biased because I am clearly very passionate about this and have been focusing on it for 10 years. But I don't feel as alone or as weird as I did 10 years ago when this was nowhere near the topic of conversation in most financial forums, economic forums, or otherwise. But it's absolutely growing, and I'm excited that the private label organization and Michelle have given us this platform to raise its awareness for all of you and hopefully make it a growing topic of discussion in the years to come.
Oh, Michael, thank you for being with us today and explaining that. Michael Pellman, Roland. Thank you. It's fascinating. Right, Michelle, back over to you again.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Andrew. And at this stage, we are going to be connected with someone important from based in Brussels. But I'd like first to ask Ian Friedman to come here on stage, please. Join me. Ian is our honorary consul of Monaco in Sweden. He's very well connected, and he has invited a leader but you're going to tell us everything about Anne Mittler. Anne Mittler, we saw her already last year. We had a tremendous time with her, very, very highlighting about breakthrough energy, but the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Michel, and thank you very much for your kind invitation and introduction to this. Of course, this is a great excuse to come to Monaco, but we don't need an excuse to come to the greatest place on earth. So I think this summit is an extra bonus, and we should all enjoy what will be coming. Well, anyway, dear friends of Monaco, I'm greatly honored to introduce this session of the summit, which is dealing with the important role, or I should say, perhaps the pivotal role of clean energy technologies and how that role is interacting with climate and security, a very timely subject these days. And as you know, this summit is intended for like-minded decision makers making an impact on the world. This is, of course, also an emphasis on the vision of His Serene Highness Prince Albert, his commitment to the climate ambition. With those two elements in mind, decision makers and climate ambition, it's a particular honor and pleasure for me to introduce our next speaker, Anne Mittler. Anne is the Vice President for Europe for Breakthrough Energy, and someone who truly meets those two criteria. Anne is a decision maker that makes lasting impact on the world in many areas, including on climate. And Breakthrough Energy, as you may know, was established by Bill Gates and a coalition of private investors concerned about the impacts on climate change. And so what they do basically is they support innovation that will lead to net zero emissions, and a lot more than that, I'm sure. Anne will tell us about their latest thoughts. Anne has more than 2 decades of experience in high-level public policy and strategy, and at Breakthrough Energy, she's working with European partners to accelerate clean tech investments, innovation in the pursuit of climate neutrality and a net zero emissions future. Previously, Anne served as a Director General and head of the strategy department, reporting to the President of the European Commission, advising him on development of strategy. So now I would like to invite you, Anne, to present your important work. And then after that, we could also be open to some questions if there will be time. I also will be happy to, with some technology, show the slides. We'll see if it works. I can see Anne on the screen. I'm not sure you can see me, but I do have a machine that could I'm prepared to show the slides when you're ready, Anne. So welcome, Anne.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So wonderful to be with you today. Thank you, Jan, for the very kind introduction. I'm delighted to join you for today's Monaco Power of Positive Impact Summit. Very unfortunately, I cannot be with you because of urgent business here in Brussels. But Michelle already mentioned it. I addressed this forum last year, and as I was preparing for my remarks, I was reminded that as I addressed the conference last year, somehow it seemed a little bit easier to perhaps speak about positive impact then, because obviously much has changed in the meantime, and the war in particular, which was already a subject in the previous intervention. In many ways, energy is at the very center of what is happening right now. So please allow me to use today's remarks to talk about the intersection of energy security and climate change, both of which I think are really the pressing problems of our time. And as you will see, there are many interlinkages between the two, which provide many challenges, but luckily also provide many opportunities for positive impact now and in the future. So Jan, perhaps you can go to the first slide. There it is. So let me start off with this chart, which very clearly shows that a handful of states control a large share of exports of truly critical commodities. Again, this came up already in the previous session. So things like crops and inputs we need for food, or metals for cars, and of course, especially the food issue is very sensitive. So together, Russia and Ukraine, for instance, make up about 1/3 of global wheat exports. So you can already extrapolate, because there will not be a planting season in Ukraine this year, how that will translate into famine in parts of the world. So, you know, this has very serious consequences. Russia is also one of the main suppliers of fertilizers, such as potash. So that is used to improve crop yields. Again, I mean, if there are disruptions to that supply, that will be felt. It's also responsible for a sizable share of exports of palladium, which is critical for catalytic converters in cars, or nickel, which we need for electric vehicles. So we really need to ask ourselves what happens to our security and our climate plans when these supplies are disrupted. And sometimes I really ask myself whether, you know, our policymakers are aware of these dependencies in the first place. Jan just mentioned that I used to work at the European Commission. I've spent years trying to raise awareness of these dependencies and warning that this can result in very dangerous situations, as I think we are witnessing now, and we're starting to realize. If we can go to the next slide, Jan. So for energy, for instance, the concentration is unfortunately even starker, especially here in the EU. So in 2020, the EU imported 58% of the energy it consumed. So its own production, therefore, only satisfied 42% of its needs, less than half. So Russia is the EU's leading supplier for natural gas, but also oil and coal, which are, of course, the main energy commodities in the EU's energy mix. So if you look at the year 2020, imports from Russia met 24% of the EU's energy needs. But if you look at natural gas, that number goes up to 40%. And that, of course, continues despite the war. So if we can go to the next slide. Yeah. So the bottom line is, and I think this also came across in the previous presentation, there are really no easy answers now, and we do face a lot of very tough choices. So gas prices, natural gas prices have been trending upwards for much of the past year. But in wake of the invasion and the war, prices have skyrocketed even further. As I believe we all feel, I certainly do, this is driving up inflation to very high levels. If you look at the euro area, We're seeing the highest levels of inflation that we have seen since the introduction of the euro. It's now running past 5%, the inflation rate. Meanwhile, countries like Germany are now preparing plans to actually ration gas use. But of course, with such a sizable industry, if you curtail gas consumption, that will be felt. I mean, so this will have very serious consequences because the gas that will still flow will then have to essentially go into critical infrastructure and to households. So if we were to see such a curtailing of gas, this would, as I said, be felt in people's livelihoods, in the economy, and that certainly explains, I believe, but by no means justifies why there has been such a reluctance to make natural gas part of the EU's sanction regime. If we can go to the next slide, please. So fortunately, there are now finally steps that are taken to lessen these very dangerous dependencies that frankly got us into this situation in the first place. So Germany, for instance, took the decision to advance its 100% renewables target from 2045 to 2035. So in 13 years, it's very ambitious. Also, we've seen that EU member states have agreed to joint EU purchases of natural gas, which of course gives us a lot more leverage vis-a-vis suppliers, so that's good. You may have seen that the Baltic countries, they've already gone off Russian gas completely. The European Commission has made plans to make Europe independent from Russian fossil fuels well before 2030, and even reduce demand for Russian gas by 2/3 by the end of this year. So this was laid out recently in a communication called Repower EU. So a lot is happening right now. We need to be very clear about that, and that is good. If we go to the next slide. So while, of course, these steps are positive, especially in the short term, I also need to say they don't go far enough. Too much of what is currently on the table is really about consuming less, fine. It's about diversification of fossil energy, but it is equally important now that we keep our eyes on developing the next generation of clean technologies. And that's, of course, why I'm here today. But these next generation of clean technologies, they can really help to make us much more secure from hostile actors, but also from climate threats, which is, of course, equally important. So I'm thinking here, just to drill in on some of the technologies, long duration energy storage, for instance, clean hydrogen, electrolyzers. There are entirely new sectors and new industries which now need to be developed and built up in record time, especially if we're serious about the EU's very ambitious climate plans. You know that especially in the area of renewables, Europe is really the leader. But we also have other objectives now, such as strategic autonomy, energy security. The point that I am making, both of these essentially go hand in hand. So when the war first broke out, you know, we were looking at sort of past experience that we could draw on. And I think also as someone who comes out of public policy, it's very important that every crisis also be used as an opportunity, because it does sort of open up different ways of doing things in more innovative and also faster ways. So we look back at the oil crisis in the early 1970s, and that is, of course, the beginning of the wind and solar industry. Started in the wake of the oil crisis. And what happened is we poured massive R&D funds into developing these technologies. We developed a feed-in system. We essentially created entirely new markets. In fairness, and I explained this last year, it took more than 4 decades for these markets to properly function and for these technologies to become cost competitive. But the point is we got there eventually. And now we need to do the same thing with other emerging technologies, but much, much faster. And I also say probably in unison with other friendly-minded countries, especially democracies. So yes, these are issues, of course, of economic and industrial policy, but they are also now very critical to security, to sovereignty, to resilience, and I dare say also for the survival of our democratic systems, because as long as we are held hostage by petro autocrats, if you can call them that, we are very vulnerable. We are subject to blackmail. And this is, of course, exactly what we are witnessing now firsthand. So the issues that I am raising here far exceed the narrow remit of energy. And that is why I believe they deserve a lot more political prioritization and public attention. And this is why I'm very grateful to the organizers and to you, Jan, that I was able to speak to you about these matters, which I believe are very important, very timely. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Anne. I hope you heard the applause from the room. They are warm, and I think we all appreciated this timely, indeed very timely presentations. These are indeed challenging times, and you've reminded us that there are opportunities to come out of the crisis stronger, and we've done it before. I thought that was very interesting to sort of put that in perspective of the 70s and how that accelerated innovation. Innovation and technology played an important role then and should play an important role for the future. And here, of course, Andrew Neil's very interesting presentation where one of your conclusions were that, in fact, we are in the brink of an innovation decade. I think that was extremely timely also and very interesting and ties very much into what you say, Anne, and that is the positive message that we can take. Of course, this is all about positive. Monaco is about the positive impacts we can do. And so this fits in really, really well as being a positive force. I think we have some time for questions. Perhaps we don't have time for questions? Okay. Then I think we should thank Anne very much for your presentation. I hope you can hear us still. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Anne. It was, again, a pleasure to listen to you. It was really very highlighting. We're just in between because we are about to welcome the first is Excellency, the Prime Minister of Monaco, but also in a few minutes, His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco is going to join us. But we will get started anyway with another exciting session, which is about philanthropy and entrepreneurship. So I welcome now Juliette Agnew and Filippo Girelli, but I will leave the floor to Juliette. You've got the mic here, and let you ask the questions within the time frame of our 15 minutes. That sounds pretty good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, everyone, or afternoon, I should say. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to the organizers for inviting us today. I'm delighted to be hosting this session with my guest here, Filippo Girelli, on philanthropy and entrepreneurship. And just by way of very brief introduction, I'm the head of philanthropy at Barclays Private Bank, and I have the amazing job of supporting our clients on their philanthropy journeys. And those of you that are already engaged in doing some kind of giving back will probably know that it is not actually that easy. You know, it's easy to write a check, but to actually have an impact is not so easy. And I really firmly believe that philanthropy is very, very powerful. It's part of what makes us human, to give back, to contribute. It is extremely precious. There's not enough of it in the world, so we need to be as strategic as possible with our philanthropy. And it's a very important topic. I believe it was Gandhi who said that the mark of a civilized society is how we treat our weakest members. So I believe that there's no better time than right now to really be talking about this topic of philanthropy and entrepreneurship. Not long ago, actually, it was considered relatively normal just to be going about business with focusing on profit alone and not thinking about the impact on the wider world. I think things are moving along quite swiftly from that time. And increasingly today, we're seeing many more blended approaches, and we've heard about some of those today, from impact investing to innovations in philanthropy, some of which we heard about with the Gates Foundation and Anne just now, much more evidence-based philanthropy, public-private partnerships, collaboration between business and government and philanthropy. A really good example of that being the vaccination programs during COVID-19, a fantastic example of philanthropy working alongside business. And in all of this, for me, one of the things that really lands is this idea that integrity in leadership, in both philanthropy and in business, is utterly essential. And of course, today we're seeing the very dire effects of a lack of ethical leadership, unfortunately, and the consequences that that has on all of us today. So in that context, I am really delighted to introduce my guest, someone who is a real, I would say, leader in this space of ethical leadership. He is the executive chair of Genera Group Holdings, which is a Swiss-based private equity firm founded in 2009, which focuses, amongst other things, on the energy transition, on the circular economy, and it's a market leader in this field. Filippo is a member of the YPO, which is a global leadership community of extraordinary CEOs. He is a real expert in sustainability, in which he's had his entire career. Very well known in this space, I should add. And you've had lots of experience in philanthropy as well, a number of board positions. And the other thing I'll say is an extremely interesting background, education background, with an MBA, a Master of Corporate Finance, a degree in engineering and in ethics. Have I missed anything there? So I'm just exhausted reading that out, to be honest, but it's very impressive. I'm going to hand over to you, Filippo, just to answer a few questions. Given your background, I'm fascinated in the philosophy that you have around philanthropy and entrepreneurship, two things that are very important in your life. I wonder if you could expand on that, please.
Yes, thank you. Good morning to everybody, and thank you for having me today. I'm Italian. I come from Rome. And as you may know, Italy has always been seen as a extremely dedicated country with respect to people in need. Not only because we host a church, but also because our culture is like that. But in order for us to understand what philanthropy is, we need to understand the etymology of the name, of the word. Philanthropy is a composition of two Greek words, philia and anthropos. So, Tassos, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. But, and my name is actually Filippo, which is philia, again, and hippos, horses. So there's a strange thing here first that we see. We somehow compare the love for horses to the love for mankind. So there must be something wrong here. In fact, this word comes from the British Illuminists in 1715, roughly, that basically invented this word in order for them to, find a way to sort of justify a shorter version of how what it looks like to care for people. And as the Greeks in this room may say, there's at least 8 words for love in Greek. And I think philia is probably the one that doesn't fit anything into this, because the only way for us to sustain mankind is to love purely, the true love that we have. So I would say probably the right name would be agape. And so they had to choose from 8 words, and they chose the wrong one. So our job is to then make philanthropy, or agapanthropy somehow, something to be fully integrated in our organizations, because the problem that we have right now, and that's the philosophy behind it, is that philanthropy is seen as a spot event. So you sort of get an indulgence if you participate to philanthropic actions, and you get a master indulgence, like a plenary indulgence, if your check is even higher. So philanthropy is instead part of life, and it must be totally integrated within our organizations. And in order for organizations to be sustainable, the care, the love for mankind must be at the center. Because the main problem that we have right now is in our organizations that we speak to our collaborators, to our employees, to our managers, and we say, we ask them every day to look at the world in a broader way, in a more open way, but then we regulate their lives, imposing a very limited field of action. You're responsible for accounting, you're responsible for receiving what comes from the accounting, and you elaborate it, and then you go to another employee that does another thing. So there's no, I mean, there is of course accountability in every single role, but the thing that I really find terrible in our organizations is that these people do not know what happens afterwards. And having a broad and international and extended version of life, vision of life, means that you need to know what happens next. Okay? So this is, I think, one of the main things behind philanthropy that I can say.
Thank you. So how do you, I mean, obviously this idea of social responsibility is core to who you are and how you do business. So you talked a little bit about it there, but I wondered if you could just give us a bit more examples about how do you bring a socially responsible approach to making money, to what you do in your business?
Philanthropy is social responsibility. It's not separate. Running an organization properly is fully integrated with these two other concepts. One way we are doing this, for example, in our organization, just to give you a bit of a small highlights on what we do, we are a fully sustainable firm. So we invest only in sustainable projects. So from sustainable education to energy efficiency to green infrastructures, anything that has to do with the circularity of the economy, we invest in. And that also includes majorly people, because having people who lost their jobs being re-put again in the circle of the economy is circular economy. It's very important. So we've elaborated a type of management which is called forest management. When you're in a forest and... Sorry. Okay. When you are in a forest, if you set fire to a tree, what's going to happen is that if the trees are far apart, you might have a chance that the other trees do not catch fire. But if the trees are very close to each other, if a tree catches fire, eventually the other trees will catch fire. So what happens is that when a person comes into our organization, from day one, we establish the responsibilities that the person is going to go through. So, sorry. So what happens at that point is that if a person is fully responsible and fully accountable for what he or she does, at a certain point, if their tree catches fire, they know that something will happen. So their ability is also to do things in order for the other trees not to catch fire. That's why it's called forest management.
Fascinating. So you're talking about a kind of model of accountability, really, individual accountability. I wanted to just elaborate briefly on that because we've heard, I think it was in one of the earlier conversations, someone was talking about the human factor and the difficulty we have in attracting talent these days. So how do you go about attracting the right talent and making sure that you have the right people? Because surely that's going to be critical to your model in your business.
Attracting talent. Talent is actually another curious thing because talent is somehow taught in our universities and masters as a transversal thing. So, for example, if you go and have a Master of Finance or a psychology course or whatever, you feel that after that course, you somehow have more information, but you feel that you master that topic, which is absolutely not true. And the reason why this is not true is because all of our education is based on teaching the same things to different people. You might love math, I may love Greek, he might love French, The other person might love statistics. Of course, we have to learn a little bit of everything, but on the other hand, our education system, and I say, and I'm very sorry to say that the Italian system is one of the worst in the world. The big problem that we have is that we try to set the standards to our kids, telling them exactly what they need to do from day one to the end of grade 13. And we do not care whether they are more towards one type of passion or another type of passion. So there is no such thing as improvised talent. Talent is what you grow, and the bad thing is that people realize that they have to grow their talents only when they are 20, 21, 23, 25. They don't grow their talents while they're kids. Kids know, I mean, the best time of your life is when you are 15, 16. Most of the big corporations were born from talents that were 21, 20. It's very hard to find huge corporations that were born from 60-year-olds. I mean, it may happen. But you know, your best time is when you're super young. Maybe you're a rough diamond. You're an extremely rough diamond. Your ideas are like sort of crazy in your mind. They're not properly set, so you need a mentor for that. But mentorship is one thing. Being creative and, you know, extrapolating the best from the people happens when you're young. What do we do with the young ones? If I hire, you know, a 21-year-old or 25-year-old, what am I going to do with him? Usually, the manager will say, okay, you go start and do photocopies, you can start doing PPTs, you can start doing presentations. There's nothing that is being done in order for them to really exploit their talent. Their talent comes when they're grown-ups. If I only could have done this, if I only could have done that. So that's the main issue that we really face. So in order for us to attract talents, we need to attract vocations. That's how it works.
Interesting, thank you. I'm just going to ask one more question just to wrap up now. What would be your message to other entrepreneurs out there and also maybe to future entrepreneurs?
Okay, message to entrepreneurs, it depends where they are, first of all, and in what moment of their lives they are. But I don't think there's a transversal, again, message to all entrepreneurs, because every entrepreneur has a different path. I can tell you what the message that was given to me by my mentor, so which applied to me, doesn't necessarily apply to everybody. What he was saying to me, what he's been saying to me like numerous times, is that organizations go at the speed of the slowest member. So what do I do with the member? Especially if the member is a talent, potential talent. So there's ways to manage slow people, but slow people are not necessarily useless people. Sometimes slow people are the ones that think more, and we need people who think more. We are obsessed by technology. We are obsessed by imposing coding classes to our kids, and they want to do everything else. So really, the only advice I can give is to choose your talents properly according to their vocations. Those are the ones that are going to make your organization successful.
Thank you. I think we're going to wrap up there because we haven't got any more time today. But really, really interesting insights today. Thank you for your time, Filippo.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Really interesting. Now it's time for women entrepreneurship made in Monaco. That's very important. And to drive and moderate this panel, I'd like to ask Laurence Genevet. Laurence Genevet is a freelance journalist, and she's a friend of Monaco Private Label, and she will be calling a panel on stage, 4 ladies, right, Laurence? And His Serene Highness, the Prince, is about to arrive, so I may come back on stage to welcome His Highness. So bear with me with the... No. We'll, of course, we'll say, you know, warm welcome to the prince. Please, voilà, Laurence, over there. Voilà. So, Laurence, you will be staying here, and you are introducing your panelists.
Okay.
Voilà.
Hello, so I'm more than happy to welcome now Sylvie, Daniela, Pascal, Joanna. Please, welcome. Sylvie. Thank you. So I'm very honored to present this roundtable with very strong and inspiring women. Sylvie Biancheri, which is a General Director of Le Grimaldi Forum in Monaco. Daniela Boutsen, CEO and founder of Boston Design. Joanna Audrouge, which is Vice President of Mercure International. And Pascal Younes, which is Chairwoman of Monaco Resources International. So please, ladies, may you introduce yourself, perhaps, Sylvie?
Good morning, everybody. Very happy to be here. Thank you for your kind invitation. I'm Sylvie Biancheri. I started my professional experience, my career in Paris in the bank sector. Fairly different from the Grimaldi Forum, actually. I met my husband in Paris, and this is the reason why we decided to move 26 years ago already. Time is running out to Monaco. I've got 2 children of 26 and 28 years old. I've been a general manager of Monaco's Congress and Cultural Centers for nearly 20 years. I had the chance to be part of its establishment during the strategic phases of the project in the late 90s. I was part of a very small team of 3 people really starting the adventure of the Grimaldi Forum when it was only just a big hole, you know, along the sea, and it was under construction. And we started from scratch, really, and we had a mission from the government and the palace. We had to position Monaco as an international tourism, business tourism venue. We had to put Monaco on the map of business tourism, and especially in Europe. But this was on one hand. On the other hand, we had to create an artistic programming to increase the attractiveness of Monaco. And we had to create a programming not only for shows, performances, but also to produce internationally renowned cultural exhibition. If we try to summarize today, after 23 years, because we opened in July 2000, today we host around 120 professional and cultural events, representing 250,000 visitors per year. We have a permanent staff of 135 people. We have been awarded more than, let's say 15 times exactly, Best Overseas Conference Center in the world by different professional magazines. And I think that definitely today, when a tourist comes during the high season and say, hey, what's going on the Riviera, culturally speaking, I think that he thinks to the great cultural exhibitions, summer exhibitions of the Grimaldi Forum. And we have been working now with all the main cultural institutions and museums in the world. They are our lenders. We have no collections, but I think we created very heavy and constructive links, relationships with all these museums.
Thank you, Sylvie. Daniela?
Well, first of all, good day to everyone. I'm very pleased to be here. I'm Daniela Butzen. I'm coming originally from Berlin, but I'm living now since 27 years in this wonderful principality together with my dear husband, Thierry, who is somewhere in the room. We founded together Butzen Aviation in 1997, a company dedicated to aircraft sales and acquisitions of business jets. And we are quite proud to say that we have sold over 400 business jets as per today. And in this company, I was working actually for 15 years with him together. And out of this business, I had the opportunity to be commissioned by one of our clients to decorate his Airbus corporate jets. And this actually marked the beginning of my company, Butzen Design, which I founded in 2012. So we are celebrating 10 years this year. In the beginning, we were exclusively working in the aviation industry, but quite quickly after we emerged also into the yachting industry, they discovered our services as well. And now we are also exploring the fields of residential market. We're having a showroom and our headquarters here in Monaco. We're having also a very little shop at Nice Airport at the General Aviation Terminal and the brand new Armani Casa mono brand shop in the brand new harbor of Cala del Forte in Ventimiglia. Well, I started as one single operation and then I had my first PA, but then the business was growing so fast that today I'm proud to say that we have a team of 25 highly qualified persons in the company. I have to admit that we are having 64% women employees. I don't know why. Maybe yes, I know, because I'm a strong believer in women power, and therefore I'm very proud to be part of this round table. And I'm also very proud to sit next to our president, Joanna Audrouge, who is the president of our association Femmes Chefs d'Entreprise in Monaco. And maybe I can give over the word to you.
Thank you, Daniela. Thank you, Laurence. I'm really happy to be here. So I'm Joanna Audrouge. First of all, I would like to apologize because my English is not as good as my French. And as I'm initially a lawyer, I like to have the good words, so I will need to read a little bit. So I'm managing our family business as a vice president. The name of the company is Mercure International with my brother. Our company was built by my father 30 years ago in Monaco. We are running shopping mall in West and Central Africa in different sectors, food sector with a lot of franchise like Casino or Super U, and also in the sports with franchise like Go Sport, Nike or Puma, and also in fashion and electronic stores like Nespresso, Fnac, Kiabi, or kind of international brand. So you understand that we are in import and export. We are present in 18 countries across 3 continents, and we employ 5,000 people around the world. I'm also involved in the Monaco community. As Daniela said, I am the president of Association des Femmes Chefs d'Entreprise. I'm happy also to have another member, Sylvie, here. Our association that gathers 60 companies based in Monaco and managed by women. We are networking together and we present female entrepreneurship in Monaco and abroad. I'm also the vice president of the Club of Monegasque Entrepreneurs in Africa, a continent that I know very well because I was born there, and I'm also specialized in African business law. Finally, I'm the president of Union of International Trades Company, SMENI, as well as a member of Monaco Economic Board.
Thank you. Thank you. Pascal?
Pascal Younes, je suis fondatrice et chairwoman de Monaco Resources Group. Notre groupe est spécialisé dans les ressources naturelles.
Perhaps I will traduce for you, perhaps,
yes,
if you want.
I can speak in English,
yes.
But because everything was in French, so I prepared in French, so I can also explain. So I'm a founder and chairwoman of Monaco Resources Group. Our group is diversified in natural resources. We have started in 2011 with metals and minerals and developed in agriculture, And in the last years, we have established ourselves in infrastructure and logistics. We have now 14 plants in the world. We have more than 50 terminals, and we have more than 80 hectares of lands. Our 50 terminals made out of our group the most important group in the wrack operators. We are present in more than 47 countries. We have 5,500 employees, and we have now a turnover of 1.5 billion euros. We have to say that Monaco has contributed a lot to our growth with its very much stability, and also with this environment, institutional and international. Thank you.
Thank you, Pascal. So, Sylvie, there are lots of women in meeting and events industry. Can you explain us why?
I may not have the truth for that, but I can probably, I have a few thoughts about that. Effectively, I think that women are made for the event industry. If we take the example of the Grimaldi Forum, out of a permanent staff of 135 people, half of the staff are women. But what is interesting is that if we exclude the maintenance and the security departments, we have an important number of executive women everywhere in all the departments: HR, finance, logistic of events, sales, well, everywhere, really, culture for sure. And well, 61% are executive, women are executive, which is quite important. I think that we have key assets. Organization and anticipation are really the key assets to achieve and to succeed in the event industry. This is something, it's not a cliche. I don't think I'm wrong when saying that, but I think that there are several lives in a daily life for women. And organization and anticipation is really something that we have to master in our daily, let's say. This is something we have naturally. I think we bear naturally in us. Second thing, I think that we pay attention and more precision and attention to the details. And details in an event, it's something which makes the success or not of an event. I mean, this business is very exciting because every day it's different. We transform the spaces, we have new clients. It's never the same. But on the other way, you cannot say, oh, okay, let's say today I'm a bit tired, we'll see that tomorrow, because the client relies on you, he's here, and he's here to organize the best event he ever made. It's his moment. You cannot miss the rendezvous. And for that, all these small details in an event are very important to him, to the quality that you can bring. To me, I attach a lot of importance. I really outline the fact that our services, we are in Monaco, have to be excellent. I mean, the client who chooses Monaco as a destination for his event is everything has to be perfect. And I think that this is something that women, one more time, can really bring. They have an eye, I would say. And first of all, reactivity. Because, you know, an event, it's always very short. It can be 4 hours just for a meeting, up to 3 days. So if you notice a problem, if you have to face an unpredictable situation, unexpected one, you have to react immediately. You cannot wait. And I think that also for many reasons, because we raise our children, maybe we are more involved. Sorry guys, there are a lot of people. And even the things are changing. I think that today we are more able to react very rapidly in certain situations. And even this industry is just that. Reactive, flexible, attention to the detail, anticipation. This is it.
Thank you. Thank you. Daniela, you have explained to me that for you, emotional intelligence is very important for women in management. Can you develop it?
Yes, well, actually, that's a really interesting subject, and building up on what Sylvie just told us, I like to talk about it. Everyone knows about IQ, cognitive intelligence, performance, etc., but not so many people talk about EQ, the emotional intelligence. But I think you need both of them to be a good leader. It's like a sports team. You have the players, they are performing, and you have a moderator, which should be the coach. And when they work good together, well, the team can lead to great success. But in our society today, and well, I think I'm not doing an exception if we look at our kids, we ask them to perform. You need to be good in IB and school. You need to have the best university. You need to have the best internship, the best work experience, performing. And we don't emphasize enough the emotional intelligence that they should build up as well in parallel. So, well, our son right now is doing his IB, so I added a bit of the EQ, and actually he will study business and psychology, which I think is a perfect match. For him. So what is actually emotional intelligence? Well, it's a set of different skills. It's self-awareness, it's self-regulation, empathy, and motivation. And I think these are highly required to become a good manager, or let us say even a good leader. A leader, by definition, to perform well, he always needs to be aware of his strengths and his weaknesses. So if he has a good portion of this emotional intelligence, he might be able to work on this very well. So because they must handle pressure. We all need to handle pressure. We need to refrain from emotional outbursts. We can't just explode in the office. And we need to refrain to strong negative reactions at work. We need to be on top of the wave. So thus being aware of your emotions, you can build it in your daily life as a leader. And it helps really to lead your team, to know them, but also it's also relevant for your clients. So when I'm, for example, I'm having an interview for a new person, I see the CV, it's like, wow, what he did, it's amazing. But then I put the CV on the side and I look a bit at the person itself and see what can he add from the emotional side to the company. I try to feel the person, to listen to him, ask some questions, maybe a bit more private, to tickle out some information, and I try to visualize him within the team, because I think if you find the perfect match for your team, the team performance is growing up massively. So if I have two comparable CVs, I would always go for the one who's showing more emotional intelligence skills. I think it's a great asset to the company. So a high level of EQ, it has been scientifically proven, increases the team productivity, but there is also another aspect, is staff retention. I don't know how is it with you, but I can see this young generation which has been trimmed on performance, technology, iPhones, digital, etc. They cannot disconnect, so they have less time to work on their personal development. And they might probably less able to deal with stress, so they all do job jumping. They come, they go. So you would hire one, you train them, you invest in him, and then you say, oh, I just go to another job. It's a really new generation problem. So having a team good balance with EQ and IQ, I hope that they will stay a bit longer with us. There was actually a very inspiring person who held a speech in Davos. It was Jack Ma, the founder from Alibaba. He said in the last century, we have been compared by performance, so more muscle. But in our century, we will be compared by wisdom, which are reflecting the emotions. And he is highly recommended if you want to run a successful business to hire as maximum as possible women into your company.
Thank you, Daniela. Joanna, you insist on the complementarity between men and women at work. So can you develop?
Yes, thank you, Laurence. For me, diversification is the key word. The world of enterprise needs this diversity without the notion of gender. How economy recover will depend on this richness. Every day, I experience complementarity between men and women at workplace. In my sector, because I'm working closely with my father, who is the CEO of the company, and with my brother, because he's also a vice president, but also with my director in Africa, because in this complicated country, most exclusively are men. So, well, is it not always simple, to be honest? But as you know, our approach is inevitably different. We are biologically different. A woman will have an approach more empathic with the employees. She will be more communicative with them. She will be also more prudent regarding the company expansion and development. A man approach will be maybe more strong and more direct and authoritarian. They will be more focused on the long-term risk, not hesitate to develop projects in order to make company progress. But it is, however, this different if it's correctly exploited, which become a source of richness and complementarity in the workplace, and finally, beneficial for the whole company. Our differences are therefore straight, but it is up to us to turn this difference into opportunities in order to work in close collaboration. Past and current crises, especially the one of COVID-19, has made this clear. Trusting women means developing
I'm sorry for the disturbance here, but we will resume in a minute. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome warmly His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco. Thank you, Your Highness, for being with us. It means a lot to us, to everybody, to our friends here from Monaco Private Label, physically present, but also online. And I'd like to thank His Excellency Pierre Dartout, Prime Minister of the Principality of Monaco. Thank you for being with us as well. And Finance Minister Jean Castellini, who is also present here at this table on the left here, who will also speak in a few minutes. So again, sorry for the interruption. Please carry on. Laurence, it's your panel.
So, Joanna, please continue.
Okay. So I was speaking about the complementarity between men and women at work. So, as I told you, past and current crises, particularly the one of COVID-19, prove us that adaptability is the key word. Trusting women means developing a new corporate management model based on the capacity for resilience and improved adaptability, which is explained by the way we live. As you say, Sylvie, women must constantly manage family life and professional life. Fast decision-making is indispensable in this changing world to keep companies operative, but also to ensure the development. And you know what? Sorry, gentlemen. Companies managed by women survive more successfully during the crisis. Many women entrepreneurs in Monaco of our Association des Femmes Chefs d'Entreprise have to change during the crisis. I saw them change radically the sphere of activity or turning to digitalization rapidly, quickly, with inventiveness. Let's talk a little bit about figures. An initial observation. Companies directed by women posted operational profitability of 8% on average versus 5.7% for those managed by men. Turnover of companies run by women increased of average by 5.5% against 4.8% for those directed by men. Second observation, parity. Parity in the private company, but also in the public sector. Parity between men and women is on the rise. More and more women take the plunge and throw themselves into creating their own company. In France, in 2021, 43% of companies are created by women. The number of companies launched by women has seen constant growth over the past 30 years. Also, women are now in all the sectors of activity, normally the one reserved for men. So there has been a lot of progress made on this place for women in the world of enterprise, but lots more needs to be done. The fivefold quality is here, but we need to still going on. We can sincerely be happy that the fact that a large group like Orange or Veolia are now directed by women. I believe it's a fight that goes beyond the boundary of the professional world. It is more about the social sphere and because a challenge for the society. It begins for me with education. We must assume responsibility for what we transmit. One day, I hope maybe soon, will be no longer necessary to argue like that between complementarity, men and women, in workplace, in company, or in life in general, because maybe the new generation is going to be self-evident for them.
Thank you, Joanna. Pascal, can you tell us about management and women?
Yes, and mostly we spoke about resilience and agility, like we say. I think resilience and management between men and women, I don't talk like this about it. Resilience in a world which is full of obstacles on a daily basis and moving so fast for all of us at all levels and with all the defiance, I think that it has no gender. This is a human quality. Management is a human quality, and resilience, it's something that we build in time. It's not something that is given to us by birth. It's something we build with the others. I think the question here is to say, in every recruitment, you need people with the capability of adaptation, of resilience. So when you look into the CVs, you look about this quality because you know this is how you can move with the teams. So I think that the question would be how we would give, if we talk here about entrepreneurship and women, how we would give them with the quality they would have of resilience to do out of this human quality a success. And I think if I talk about my own company, what I do is we have our women in the board of directors and they participate. We have women managing the terminals. We have women in our plants doing the administration and the finance. So I think this is what it's important, to give the opportunity and to allow. And into every management and every team, the resilience is something that you build. And the resilience is when you know that the other is an enrichment for you. Because everybody at the table does not have the same capability. Somebody brings his network, somebody his emotionals, somebody else his professional career and experience. And we need in these difficult times to have people different around the table with the resilience and the openness to the other to be able, as entrepreneurs and head of management, to be able to take the right decision. So this is how I see it.
Thank you, Pascal. And do you have just a message for the new generations of businesswomen? Sylvie, one message, one advice?
Yeah, many advices for sure, but I think I'm not a feminist, you know. I don't think that succeeding is just a question of sex. It has nothing to do with that. It's just a question of work, being flexible, being investing in what you are doing. And I think that the success is really to position the right people at the right place. This is it, just that. So the young generation, don't think that you have differences between men. There are differences between men and women. For sure there are, and it's good. In this way, it's very, we have biological differences, we have many differences, but it's a good combination which makes it work. And so finally, just do your job. One more time, stay strong, don't give up. This is it. But I could give these advices exactly the same ones to men. I mean, it's not a question of men and women.
Okay.
In our direction team, out of the, we are 9 people, with 9 directors, and 7 directors are women. But the 2 directors, the men, are directors of maintenance and director of safety, because I think that they are really more adapted to these functions. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Daniela?
Well, actually, Sylvie, she summarized perfectly what I would have said as well. I think very soon, maybe, hopefully, we will not talk any longer about different sexes and who is stronger or not. It should be completely the same, and actually all is based on the human skills bringing also into the company. And so I have not so much to add to this one because you summarized it perfectly. Thank you very much. So I give it.
Thank you, Daniela. Yes, I'm also thinking that it's an advice for men and women, but for new entrepreneurs, you know. My advice is to build to move forward, build projects, teams, companies that will change the world in a positive way. Take risks, accept the doubt to go up after, and above all, build a strong organization. Mm-hmm. It's really important, family life, personal life, but also organization, adaptability with the crisis, etc., you know. Step beyond the feeling of injustice that we all experience during our career. There are injustices everywhere. We just have to accept it, accept how different make them a source of richness and strength. And that's true. We are women, but we are, first of all, CEO, company directors, and our preoccupation remains the same, and you gentlemen in the same position.
Thank you. Pascal?
For me, I think I would say be passionate, never give up. And whenever a challenge comes into your path, you have to overcome it and think about the other one coming after. I don't think anymore, personally, that the objective should be the destination. I think we should all think about the path being the destination. In a world as tough as ours today, and with all the complication and the challenges we face, the path should be our destination and not the destination, our objective. So whatever hiccups, whatever difficulties comes, we overcome, we'll move forward, and we're passionate to build something strong. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, mesdames. Thank you very much, ladies. It was really enlightening and very interesting indeed. Now a short video, very short video, a recap in 2 minutes of last year's virtual Monaco Private Level Summit. It's really a great pleasure to welcome you today to the Monaco Power of Positive Impact Summit.
I'm pleased to join you today in order to address the issue of climate change, the challenge it represents for all of us at a time when the world must seek a sustainable recovery.
I think it's a wonderful initiative and we're very grateful to be part of this.
And the words behind you, power of positive impact. We could do with something positive.
It's a great initiative that you created. I would like to thank you for this.
This great car is such an important tool for the success, but the final power coming from yourself, between your ears, people who you're working with.
So what can you do?
I might ask you
how they monetize it, band, demographic that they
intend to be.
We are just not in that
participating in this honorable, impressive panel.
Industry look for a large existing market, so you don't need to invent the market and educate.
it is necessary, because I said before, we are at a critical juncture of humanity. There is no money to be made if we destroy the planet.
His Serene Highness Prince Albert II asked his government to try and find a balance between health and economy.
Identify a market, grow a market. That's where political action is required. Monaco is a fantastic example of this.
All the things that entrepreneurs need to consider today to be successful, that we are now moving more and more so into a circular economy.
Becoming really a multi-dimensional issue, because perhaps different countries will have different unique conditions.
Very often people who love art, it's a very emotional thing. You react with your guts, with your heart.
They will update you on the shape of the historical investment in Tesla, SpaceX, Planet.
It's been an honor to be working closely with the princely family on this new initiative to introduce new generations to her remarkable legacy. She is such an icon.
It is my wish and hope that these efforts will help to ensure that her remarkable legacy endures, so future generations can be as inspired as we were by her life, style, and philanthropy. Thank you.
Voilà. Thank you very much. Now it's my pleasure, my honor, to invite His Serene Highness, Prince Albert II of Monaco, to the floor. Thank you very much, Monseigneur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister of State, Councillor Minister, Your Excellencies, and ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. I'm absolutely delighted to welcome you to Monaco today for this luncheon hosted by Monaco Private Label. Monaco Private Label, as you perhaps know, is quite an exceptional initiative. Since 2009, it has enabled the Principality of Monaco to strengthen its ties with prominent figures from all over the world, who, like you, I hope, have Monaco in their hearts. I would therefore like to pay tribute to the individuals who run Monaco Private Label, and in particular to Michel Bouquet, for the outstanding and unwavering work undertaken year after year, including in the difficult circumstances that we have experienced over the last 2 years. So to you and your team, Mr. Bouquet, thank you so much. These Monaco Private Label meetings are important, not only for the enjoyable moments and, I think, rewarding encounters that they offer us on a regular basis. They're so important because they prompt us to think about what we can build together. As today's theme suggests, Monaco's lasting legacies inspiring global momentum. Since we have been prompted to do so, I'd like to take a short journey into the past, go back 100 years, and talk to you about my great-great-grandfather, Prince Albert I, whose centenary of his passing we are commemorating this year. Prince Albert I was quite an exceptional man, way ahead of his time, whose concerns resonate prominently, I think, today. Concerns which are very much at the heart of Monaco's identity, of what guides our actions and defines our perception of the world. To speak about Prince Albert I with the current situation in mind, I could therefore talk to you about the initiatives he undertook in 1920 at the end of the global Spanish flu epidemic, with a view to finding collective solutions to epidemic risks. That year, he brought together leaders and scientists from across the globe at a number of symposia whose conclusions sought to avoid the recurrence of such a tragedy, especially by educating people on good hygiene practices, the importance of which I think we are all too well aware of today. I might also mention the establishment of the International Institute for Peace, which he founded in 1903. He wanted to create a forum for dialogue and peaceful solutions of conflicts, which some see today as a distant ancestor of the United Nations, or his various efforts to prevent the outbreak of the First World War through many contacts that he had in both France and the German Empire. However, I'd like to focus on another commitment of the man who was known as the Scholar Prince, or the Navigator Prince: his passion for the sea, his eagerness to learn more about it, and his desire to raise the awareness of his contemporaries of the need to protect it. It was this commitment that led him to create the Oceanographic Institute and the Oceanographic Museum of Monaco, which you have perhaps been able to visit. This commitment is now more than ever before at the heart of many of the initiatives I conduct with my government, my foundation, and various Monegasque entities. The ocean may well cover over 2/3 of the planet's surface, may well represent 97% of its biosphere, provide a home to hundreds of thousands of species, some of which are still unknown. Yet, all too often, it is completely forgotten by our contemporaries. Close to 2/3 of the ocean surface was known as the high seas, is more or less beyond the scope of any legislation. The results from a long-standing tradition which prompted freedom of movement at a time when nobody could imagine that the vast ocean area could one day be threatened by human activities. As for the areas closest to the coastline, they are under the sovereignty of individual states, as we know, which fully dispose of their use and do not always have the means or inclination to protect them. This is why the ocean currently faces so many threats: pollution, the relentless extension of human activities, global warming and its consequences, ocean acidification. Excuse me. Can I have a glass of water, please? Sorry. These threats most often escape our observations and our vigilance because they are slow, distant, and abstract. So in order to address them, we first and foremost need science. This was the intuition of Prince Albert I, who conducted a number of scientific expeditions, including to the Arctic region, made maps of the seafloor, and developed ocean current research tools. He was a scientist recognized by his peers, and today is considered as one of the founders of modern oceanography. Upholding this fine tradition, the Principality of Monaco continues to believe in science and in scientists, and to support the work of these scientists. As such, the Monaco Scientific Center houses an important marine environment lab. This is how we are contributing to the first phase of collective action to promote the ocean by increasing knowledge thereof, because of these immense expanses, so deep and so mysterious, suffer primarily from being poorly known. I'd like to point out that us humans have ventured fewer times to the ocean abyss than to the moon. However, knowledge alone is not enough. That is why, upholding the Principality's tradition, I strive to disseminate this knowledge to as many people as possible, and to make the ocean a political issue in its own right. The Principality of Monaco has recently played a key role in several recent advances. First major alert regarding ocean acidification through the Monaco Ocean Acidification Declaration, which was signed by over 150 scientists from 26 countries in 2009. The protection of the bluefin tuna, an emblematic species of the Mediterranean, for which we mobilized several states, including players and multilateral institutions. The integration of the ocean and climate negotiations achieved at COP21 in Paris in 2015. The publication of a special report by the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, devoted to the ocean, launched at our initiative and released in Monaco in 2019. But also mentioned the Innovative Fund for Marine Protected Areas in the Mediterranean, which we set up with France and Tunisia, with the active involvement of Monaco in the negotiations currently underway at the UN on the high seas biodiversity. All these initiatives, all these commitments share one same goal: to enable humankind to invent an operating mode capable of reconciling humanity with the sea. This is the third component of our action: to foster the absolute development of a more sustainable development model. This involves constant dialogue with economic players, which is at the heart of the Monaco Blue Initiative, for instance, which we set up some 13 years ago. This think tank dedicated to the ocean brings together different decision makers, scientists, and economic players in order to share analytical work and to try to find solutions to bring about a more sustainable ocean management scheme. It also involves various economic initiatives which we help and support, whether this be sustainable fishing, responsible yachting, or the development of renewable marine energies. Thanks to all these efforts, the Principality of Monaco continues to build on the legacy of Albert I and a vision of the world whose future should be plotted out together with everything that this entails in regard to shared responsibilities. Because taking action to protect our environment, taking action for the ocean, for climate, for biodiversity, always means taking action for our children. It is taking action for humanity. This is one of the legacies of Prince Albert I, whose dual commitment to peace and to the ocean is not a coincidence. On the contrary, this dual commitment reflects a strong conviction that a collective approach is necessary to address the greatest challenges facing the world, of whatever nature they may be. A conviction that he voiced in a speech he delivered to the National Academy of Sciences in Washington in 1921, and I quote, "The time has come for global consideration of the major issues concerning the ocean, which humanity should undertake with all the best means available because they will provide the progress necessary to conquer barbarity sooner." It is this same conviction that still guides us today, and I hope it will for a long time. Thank you very much. Enjoy your luncheon.
Merci, Monseigneur. Thank you very much, Your Highness. And at this stage, we are going to start slowly lunchtime, but that lunchtime is a kind of as you know, it's an ongoing conference, so we will not stop the presentation, the sessions, and but we will, everyone will get a Monaco-style bento box, kind of, so full of flavor from the Mediterranean Sea, and it's going to be brought to you as we speak. But without further ado, I would like to invite Finance Minister Jean Castellini for his today's remarks. Thank you, Mr. Finance Minister.
Your Highness, Excellencies, dear Michel, ladies and gentlemen, the last time Monaco Private Label physically took place in Monaco was 3 years ago. And on that occasion, I remember quoting Karl Marx in my speech. It surprised you, Your Highness. It hopefully also amused you. And as they say, oops, he did it again. I'm going to quote him again today, but this time on a topic Your Highness just addressed, namely science. Marx indeed said, "There is no royal road to science, and only those who do not dread the fatiguing climb of its steep path have a chance of gaining its luminous summits." Well, if you allow me, it doesn't come as a surprise that given his economic, social, and political beliefs, Marx didn't envisage the existence of a royal road to science. But there certainly are princely avenues, and your ancestor, Prince Albert I, as well as yourself, Your Highness, have consistently explored them. Science and innovation is what brings many of us together today. And I think there has never been a better time than the period we're going through to reflect about the benefits of science and the global relationship between man and nature to tackle the challenges we're facing. It has often been reported that the flutter of a butterfly's wing can cause a hurricane around the world. Well, the pandemic has taught us that it takes a bat to show the entire world how unprepared we were to respond to a nasty virus and how dependent we were on one another to respond to it. The current geopolitical situation has similarly shown to the Western world how dependent we are on fossil fuels being imported from third parties, and how important it is for us to accelerate the transition to renewable energies. Larry Fink, CEO of BlackRock, a company represented by a gentleman sitting at my table, recently said that this is the end of globalization as we've known it for the past 30 years. What he meant was that the topics ahead of us to deal with are energy independence, industrial sovereignty, and more generally, a new international order, both politically and economically. To rely on foreign countries, economic partners, individuals around the world is one thing. To depend on them is another. I was struck 2 years ago by the school assignment our teenage son had to work on, which dealt with how many countries, I seem to remember about a dozen, were involved in the production of a pair of jeans, from design to delivery. Is that world of sometimes dubious labor conditions, of considerable waste of energy, the world we want to continue to live in? What kind of a crazy world is this? Or rather, was this? Thanks to science and innovation, thanks to the importance younger generations pay to what is often referred to as ESG factors, caring for the protection of the environment, as well as social and governance criteria, and to the impact of our actions, we are at a turning point. We should now switch our attention from always producing more at a lesser cost to producing enough and closer to us at a cost acceptable for the planet and its inhabitants. Probably a perspective Marx wouldn't have disliked after all. And I'm not, rest assured, Your Highness, ladies and gentlemen, a believer in the concepts of décroissance or démondialisation, as the limits of those other extreme policies and views of the world are only too clear to us all. But as your esteemed friend Bertrand Piccard recently stated in the context of the Monaco Ocean Week, economy and ecology can live alongside and thrive hand in hand, thanks to the investment in science and innovation. And that brings me to the second part of my speech. What can a country like Monaco offer in the light of the ambitions you have, Your Highness, for the Principality, taking into account its small size and limited human resources? Well, I think it can use both the concepts of soft power and blue ocean. Soft power because, and you know the topic remains as close to my heart as ever, a balanced budget, another extraordinary achievement we managed in 2021, sound public finances, and a properly invested reserve fund enable us to deploy capital and have positive impact well beyond our borders. Thanks to an investment fund like Capricorn and to the continuous involvement of people like you, Jérôme, for the past 20 years, we have fostered initiatives and innovation around the world to tackle climate-related challenges. I quoted a company like Sail Drones in the panel I contributed to during the Monaco Ocean Week, and the participants to the Monaco private label event in Florida 4 years ago still fondly remember the presentation by Sébastien de Halleux. We've also recently decided, in the context of the Monaco Sustainable Finance Initiative of your government, Your Highness, to invest a larger part of our State Reserve Fund in the so-called blue economy, with the help of another investment firm called Future Planet Capital. Launched and partnered with the government of Monaco and your foundation, the Blue Ocean Mandate Strategy will focus on 3 areas within the blue economy: preventing pollution, preservation of marine environments and ecosystems, and sustainable marine productivity. It will make investments predominantly at the Series A and B stage in companies, creating scalable solutions to challenges such as overfishing, biodiversity loss and pollution, in addition to opportunities within clean energy, green protein, shipping, and carbon capture. And I understand the next panel will also deal with ocean conservation. But for many of you familiar with recently published economic literature, blue ocean is a concept coined by 2 INSEAD professors, W. Chan Kim and René Mauborgne, to consider uncharted business territories. I will quote a brief extract of the introduction of their latest book, Blue Ocean Shift. What we admired, what inspired us, were the organizations and individuals that went beyond competing to create new frontiers of opportunity, growth, and jobs, where success was not about dividing an existing, often shrinking pie, what the authors refer to as red oceans, but about creating a larger economic pie for all, what we refer to as blue oceans, where one's gain doesn't have to come at the expense of others. Well, your country, Your Highness, can be the one where caring for blue oceans becomes a blue ocean, uncharted territory for science, research, innovation, and economic development. The country from where your ancestor left to explore the oceans in many ways to create new frontiers of opportunity, where you have stood for decades as a staunch defender of and believer in a world where one's gain doesn't have to come at the expense of others, and where indeed ecology rhymes with economy. A world in which we want to eliminate the proliferation of plastic-polluted red oceans, and through better awareness, education, and investment, favor a transition to bluer oceans. To finish on maybe an even more lyrical note, which may surprise you less, Your Highness, than my repeated references to Karl Marx, I will quote the very end of Das Lied von der Erde, The Sound of the Earth, by my dear composer Gustav Mahler. Auf Deutsch: Die liebe Erde, allüberall blüht auf im Lenz und grünt aufs Neu, allüberall und ewig blauen Licht die Fernen. In English: the beloved earth everywhere blooms in spring and grows green afresh. Everywhere and eternally, distant places grow blue and bright. And then Alfred Lord Tennyson, featured as the opening quote of the book by Kim and Mauborgne: to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Finance Minister. I forgot to mention that we have a Provence wine buffet here, so white, rosé, and red. But the waiters will go through the tables and offer you these wine, but you can also discover these local wines here at the end of the room. Right now, with any further ado, and I'm sorry we took some delay here, we have online now with us Maria Damanaki. And I will ask Maria Damanaki to introduce her panel, but Maria is acting as an independent consultant. Maria Damanaki is very well known here with the Prince Albert II Foundation. She came many times, and then she spoke many times, actually, even on the occasion of the Monaco Private Label Annual Summit. She is acting as an independent consultant and serving as principal advisor for Systemic, based in London, also the Paradise Foundation in China, the Rockefeller Brothers Foundation in the US, and Maria Damanaki is a member of the Friends of the Ocean Action of the World Economic Forum as well. She served for 5 years as the Global Managing Director for Oceans and the Nature Conservancy USA. She also served as the European Union Commissioner for Maritime Affairs and Fisheries. First Lady Aki Abe and Maria Damanaki fund the leading women of the Ocean Network. Maria, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you. You're mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, perfect, thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Michel, for this introduction. Your Serene Highness, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues and me, we are very happy to be there with you. I would like to thank Michel for the introduction, but also I would like to thank Monaco Private Label for this opportunity they have given to us. It's so important to be able to speak in front of such a great audience. So we are going to discuss about an important subject, ocean conservation, but so much is already said by Prince Albert himself and also the minister. What I would like to say is that perhaps we have to think this item, this issue, this agenda in the framework of what is happening in the world now. What we are living, I mean, the times we are living in, they are really very, very challenging, very, very difficult, I would rather say. First, we had the climate crisis and we ignored the climate crisis. Then we had the pandemic and the pandemic changed our lives. We are speaking through Zoom calls and Microsoft calls and whatever, calls, platforms. A lot has been changed. Then now we have the invasion in Ukraine and the war. These are not easy times. I think that all these challenges have something in common at the end of the day. They have a global dimension, even if we don't realize it. A lot of people are saying that after the war, the world is more fragmented, and it is true. I don't know. I cannot say if it is a deglobalization or a further step for globalization. But what I really know is that there is a very, very a connection, a linkage between what is happening, what our efforts are producing, the impacts our effort has, referring to the international relations, the international arena, the planet itself, the globality is there, even if we can deny it. I would like to say that for ocean conservation, the global dimension was always there. The dimension was always there. And the dimension was there because, as His Serene Highness mentioned, we have the waters beyond national jurisdiction. So 65% of the ocean is beyond national jurisdiction. It's a common good, and the owners are all of us, the whole humanity. So we have to be very careful how we are moving on, how we are going to handle all the challenge that is there. And ocean conservation can be very, very important, but a lot is happening around. And what really is needed, I believe, is to connect the different dots in order to have the better outcome, the best outcome. So this is what Leading Women for Oceans is about. We are trying to connect the dots that are there existing already in order to have the best outcome, the best results. This is what our effort is about. All these challenges of the 21st century, I think they have a new fact coming in. And the new fact is a new kind of leadership is arising. What is the new leadership? I always say that partnership is the new leadership. No matter what we do, if we will not be able to connect with others, if we can
Well, I guess we have a slight issue, technical one, that should be resuming before we know it, hopefully. Very sorry about this technical issue, but we are back with you. Ladies, thank you very much. Maria, the floor is yours again. Thank you.
Thank you. So I said that for 21st century, partnership is the new leadership because the ocean is too big to be saved by our silos. So all of us, we have to connect together. And Leading Women for Oceans are connecting, is a network connecting women from different sectors. We have leading women from academia, from businesses, from public authorities, from philanthropy. And what we are trying to do is mainly to achieve two goals. The first goal is to find the best opportunities that can really make sense. And the second goal is to try to redirect the investment towards these opportunities. So this is what we have done in the past, and this we are going to do in the future. Without further ado, I would like to introduce the first panelist. Marta Marrero is coming from the philanthropy sector. She is the director for Europe for Oceans 5. Oceans 5 is one of the biggest funder in the world for oceans. So Marta, from your experience in the philanthropy sector, what we can do and how we can engage women in this, all this exercise about the ocean conservation.
Thank you very much, Maria. I couldn't agree more with your opening words. And let me first say, well, thank you to the hosts, Monaco Private Label, for including this important topic on the agenda, no? The role of women in the ocean space. Responding to your question, Maria, I was planning to share with everyone a few remarks and experiences, no? From a number of years working in the sector, and now with the funding side of things. Partnership and collaboration has been part of our DNA from day one. It is, as you say, in my opinion, it is key for every sector, every issue we are dealing with. But more importantly, when it comes to the ocean. I have never seen in the short 15 years of career or so working in the space, I have never seen big successes happening by organizations or governments acting alone. Haven't seen that. So that is a clear example of the need, no, for more partnership and collaboration, and that applies to funders, and I'll talk in a minute about Oceans 5, governments, private sector. Many of you, I'm sure, will agree, no, with these opening remarks by Maria. We are to explain you why collaboration and partnership are part of our DNA. We started about 10 years ago with 4 members. It already started as a partnership from the US and Europe, 4 funders. Right now we are 23, and every year it is increasing. People want to come and join and support ocean conservation globally. So right now we are supporting ocean conservation annually with around $20 million US. We work in every continent, in every ocean, and very importantly, we support coalitions. We support groups that come together and have a great idea to change policy in a specific country, in a specific region, or globally. Like several of you have highlighted, including your Highness, the High Seas Treaty. We support that work as well. So we don't normally support one organization acting alone. I couldn't even point at one example of those. So it's always collaboration, always coalition. So that's really key to us. In terms of women and the ocean, this is a big issue. And I think we have to, on the one hand, we have to recognize that those of us, and Maria, you have been around for much longer, those of us working in this space, we have seen the lack of diversity. We are seeing it from the science perspective, from the decision-making perspective. We don't have enough women engaged in these processes. But we are, however, lacking the key facts, the key science, if I can call it that way, to define and to answer a key question that is in our heads, which is, what does success look like? When we're talking about more diversity, including more women in ocean conservation, what do we exactly mean? Why should they be included? What's the added value? And the previous panel actually hinted at some of these issues. Well, I have to say that we don't have the answer today to that question. And it's our task, Oceans 5, leading women for the ocean and others, to come together and think about the answer to this question. What does success look like? What are our concrete asks? And so I wanted to share with you a small announcement, which is that we, Oceans 5, together with other funders, hopefully, and leading women for the ocean, are going to be dedicating a significant amount of work to define this. We're going to invest in carrying out research, in carrying out papers, talking to the key players in the ocean conservation arena to give an answer to this question. And from there, we will all be able to play our role in it. Funders, civil society, governments, etc. Until we don't know exactly what we are aiming for, we're only talking vagueness and generalities, and we have to shift that. We need to shift into action. Thanks, Maria.
Thank you very much. This is really very interesting perspective. So I'm turning to Maggie Macario. I don't believe I have to introduce Maggie. Maggie is very well known in Monaco. She is the ambassador of the government of Monaco to the United States, and also he's a member of the board of Prince Albert Foundation we are sitting next to each other usually in this in the meetings. So Maggie, from your experience with this double hat, your important experience, what can you say to us?
Well, thank you, Maria, for this great question. Monseigneur, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and greetings from Washington, D.C. First and foremost, as a new member of the leading Women for the Ocean Network, I am truly honored to participate in today's session with such an inspiring women's leader and to share my personal experience and views. My short answer to your question, Maria, is absolutely. Leading Women for Ocean Network can make some difference. You know, in my role as the first female ambassador for the Principality of Monaco in the United States, and also with my role as vice president of the Prince Albert of Monaco Foundations, I am very much aware of the important works that women can play in advancing ocean conservations. And our women, through their unique strength, can advance this cause through strategic partnerships and platforms. For instance, if I can give you, to illustrate my points, a few years ago in my double role with Monaco, we spearheaded a forum on ocean conservation and climate change in the Americas in partnership with National Geographic. It was co-hosted with the Organization of the American States to celebrate the 5th anniversary of Monaco's admission as a permanent observer to the organizations. For those who do not know, the OAS is a regional agency of 35 independent member states in the Americas, the majority of which are coastal nations in the Pacific and the Caribbean. And the organization also includes 72 states, including the European Union, as permanent observers. So this was truly the first time the subject of ocean conservation and climate change in the Americas were addressed collectively as part of the OAS roundtable policy. So it was an initiative that was very well welcomed by the member state. So I will say that by bringing together government, expert, and specialized organization, our roundtable helped lay the foundation for better cooperation and constructive dialogue for the strengthening of sustainable development in the hemisphere, and also for the protection of the environment, including the need to establish marine protected areas for the most vulnerable ecosystem of the Americas. So from this and from the various events and initiatives that I have participated in on behalf of Monaco, it is clear to me that if we wish to curb the global ocean crisis, we must embrace gender diversity and harness our collective power together. Women's participation, inclusion, and leadership are integral component of building sustainable and healthy oceans. Today, women represent half of the world populations, and men and women experience and interact very differently with nature, and especially the ocean. So it is essential to include our voices, needs, and perspective in governance decision and ocean management. And a network like Leading Women for Oceans, with members from various sectors of society, government, and business, is powerful. It is powerful because it empowers women to influence and advocate for ocean conservation and the preservation of our precious resources. So thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much, Maggie. As you mentioned, it's important to have these great initiatives, but also it is very important to connect them with these gender issues and the women's participation. So I would like to give the floor next to Minako Yue from Sailors of the Sea, Japan. Minako, what can you add to this discussion referring to the situation of women in Japan? How do they participate in ocean conservation?
Yes, thank you, Maria, for this opportunity. I'm Minako Iwe from Sailors for the Sea, Japan, and I've been trying to support Ms. Aiko Shimajiri, a Diet member and the former Minister for the Ocean Policy of Japan tonight. But I'm sorry that because of the of her duty as a Diet member. I think that she's not capable to attend here right now for the emergency occasion. So if you don't mind, I have a draft of a short speech. Can I read it for you, Maria? Would that work? Thank you very much. Thank you. Here's the draft. Recently, there have been many positive political movements in Japan to address ocean conservation issues. In 2020, the Japanese government amended the Fisheries Act. This reformation marked a drastic shift from the previously ubiquitous first-come, first-get type of fisheries to the proliferation of more managed fisheries. Also, the new law to combat IUU fisheries will be implemented by the end of this year, introducing a catch documentation scheme and import control rules to improve sustainable fisheries. Furthermore, the Plastic Resource Circulation Act is now enforced in Japan since April this year, which addresses the whole life cycle of plastics from designing products to disposing of plastic waste. We will continue the appropriate reform by leveraging the Regulatory Reform Promotion Council, including facilitating the effective implementation of Osaka Blue Ocean Vision. We will host Osaka Expo in 2025, and we are working on it to be a sustainable event at the leading international level. I served as a Minister of State for Special Missions, including ocean policy, since 2015. It was rare for women to be a minister in Japan, and it still is. According to World Economic Forum in 2021, the Japanese gender gap was ranked 120th out of 156 countries, and only 10% of members of the parliament are women. That is a crucial issue that we need to address. The ocean is for everyone, as it gives us the food we consume, the air we breathe, and the climate and weather we depend on. There should be no gender inequality in who can contribute to ocean conservation. Leading Women for the Ocean is a platform where women can lead the way to a clean, healthy, and more sustainable ocean for us and future generations. I will be happy to work with Maria Damanaki and all the great women leaders participating. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minako. We are sorry we are missing Aiko, but I hope she will be with us in the future. So thank you, all of you, for your participation. I would like to underline that leading women for the oceans are there, as I said, to create the partnerships, connect the dots in order to have the best results. At the end of the day, what we really want is to make a difference. Thank you very much, Michelle, for giving us this opportunity. And I wish you all the best for the rest of the summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now you may have learned that this SpaceX launch to the International Space Station has been postponed for a few days, hopefully. So we will not be connected live with space. We won't have a hi from space. Unfortunately, they're still on the ground. They're still on the ground. So because we have a very exciting panel with panelists from San Francisco and from Oklahoma City, led by Tassos Economou, I would like to switch directly now to this young entrepreneurs organization panel and invite Tassos to join me on stage. Tassos was elected by the Young President Organization Boards of Directors to YPO's highest elected office, World Chairman of the Young President Organization Board. Tassos Economou is the 69th member to hold this office. YPO, actually, as everybody probably knows, is a global leadership community of more than 28,000 chief executives in more than 130 countries, driven by the belief that the world needs better leaders. And YPO members inspire and challenge each other based on open sharing and trust among a diverse community. So members' companies are diversified among industries and type of businesses. They employ more than 20 million people globally and generate over $9 trillion in total revenue. That's impressive, Tassos. So Tassos, may I kindly ask you to introduce your panel? Thank you.
Michel, as always, thank you so much. It is such a pleasure to be doing these events with the MPL. Mansour, if I can invite you on stage, and we'll get the other panelists to join us via Zoom. Fantastic. Your Serene Highness, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a real pleasure to be here with you today. And what I would like to do is, you've heard some numbers from Michel, but YPO really believes in better leaders through idea exchange. And what I want to do is take a little different spin in what we have already been talking about a lot, about green technology, investing, the goals, and actually become a little bit more pragmatic. And to that end, we have three panelists, and you'll understand the difference and what they bring to the table. I'll start with Chris Larsen, who co-founded the third largest player in crypto. And I will introduce and have a discussion with Chris that ties green energy to crypto in a very different way. Elizabeth Hatt-Pollard, the Secretary of Science and Innovation of an oil state, Oklahoma, and I think that will be very relevant in terms of showing how the transition of energy can happen. And with us today here, my very good friend, Mansour Hamayoun, who's a pioneer in solar in Africa. So without further ado, let me start with Chris. It's 5 a.m. in the morning for him, so very appreciative that you would join us from San Francisco.
My pleasure.
Chris, recent events have shown that with the freezing of assets, cryptocurrencies seem to be coming at the forefront. There is huge energy that is consumed to mine some of them. Can you give us a better understanding of the actual energy used and possible solutions?
Sure, and again, thanks for having me, Tezo. So good to be here. So you're absolutely right. I mean, crypto is doing some remarkable things around the world. If you look at Ukraine, it's about $100 million in donations, and crypto has gone into that. And cryptocurrencies are actually being used in that country as we speak. So that's a good thing. But we do have an energy problem within blockchain and crypto. And, you know, that's not all of the protocols. Most of the top 10 today have been designed in a way that don't use meaningful amounts of energy, and some are even carbon neutral. So that's a good thing. But we do have a legacy problem with proof of work blockchains, and specifically that's Bitcoin. And we're now looking at, about 130 trillion watt hours of energy consumed per year. That's equal to Sweden as we speak. It's about 60 megatons of carbon per year. That's a big number, but more alarmingly is the rate of growth. That's up about 10x in 5 years. So the trend lines are not good ones if we move forward. And so the heart of the problem, look, Bitcoin is wonderful. We're not advocating that it be banned or stopped or anything. It's made people incredibly successful. It's doing great things around the world. But there's this energy problem. The heart of it is the code is incentivizing more energy use as the price goes up. So I don't think that's a good dynamic in a world that we're facing today, right? You don't want to be, oh my gosh, this price has gone up. That's great. Oh, and I just made the climate crisis worse. And that's the heart of the problem.
And Chris, can actually crypto be green? Is there a way to do that?
Absolutely, yeah. So there are, proof of work is just one method. There are other methods like proof of stake, and I won't get into all the gory details of how that all works. Federated consensus. There's lots of other methods that just don't use meaningful amounts of energy, and some are carbon neutral. So we absolutely can do this. And I should point out the second biggest cryptocurrency by market cap, Ethereum, is in the process of moving from proof of work to proof of stake. That probably happens over the summer. I'm not exactly sure. but that will take its energy use down 99.9%. And the market seems to be excited about that. So the market is speaking, saying, reducing the energy tremendously and still has the confidence in its security and censorship resistance.
And Chris, what would you say are some out-of-the-box, perhaps, ideas about how crypto and the blockchain technology can actually help the environment?
Yeah, and there's a lot of stuff going on there. It's not all bad news. There's some really good news here. And let me also just say, you know, the Bitcoin community is a passionate community. You know, it has done incredibly well, you know, against almost everybody poo-pooing it for the last decade. So you have to give them credit there. So, you know, we're not saying that Bitcoin has to switch to something like Ethereum is doing. In fact, Bitcoin has a very interesting structure. It's the only coin that has this mining infrastructure, which, by the way, has largely become a US-centric thing. Used to be based in China, now it's heavily in the US. The problem with it today is the incentives are to use more energy, more carbon. If you change the code in a way that said, okay, proof of work will be defined as sucking carbon out of the atmosphere, imagine that. Imagine if the price goes up, so you're celebrating, this is great, you're actually solving the climate crisis. That would be the mythical carbon coin that everybody talks about. So that is one that personally, I just see that as such a potential. I know it's hard, I know there's opposition, but that would be incredible. Other things going on, of course, are can you make carbon offset markets more efficient with blockchain and crypto? I think there's a lot of excitement about that. I should point out just this morning, there's a Bloomberg article that's very interesting and showing that some of these early attempts using crypto and offset markets are backfiring. So one called Toucan and Climate DAO. So that's worth looking at. So maybe we really have to be careful the way we structure these things, but there's a ton of potential, lots of people working on good stuff there.
Thank you, Chris. And before I move on to Elizabeth, one final question for you. Which country today is leading in terms of utilizing crypto in the greenest and cleanest possible way?
Well, I have to give a shout out to our friends in Bhutan. You know, the king there has done an amazing job. I think it was the first country to become carbon negative, and they have embraced crypto in a very constructive way, focused on sustainability. And, you know, they could have gone the other way. They have incredible hydro resources that could have been used for Bitcoin mining, for example, but they didn't do that. So the king is doing a great job there.
Source of inspiration in the presence of His Serene Highness, the Minister of State and the Minister of Finance. Maybe next year we will surprise you with Monaco being in the forefront in that field as well. Elizabeth, let me come to you. You are one of the top 3 strategic thinkers that I have ever met. You serve as Secretary of Science and Innovation for an oil state, Oklahoma. But what is interesting about Oklahoma is that it has led its way into alternative energy and now is the 2nd largest wind producer in the US. Tell us, how was this made possible?
Tassos, hey, thank you. I appreciate being here and with all of you today. You know, Oklahoma is a generational leader in oil and gas production, and with our unique position in the heartland of the US, we have a lot of days of sun and wind. Today, we're number 4 in US oil and gas production, number 3 in US natural gas production. We have over 60,000 miles of natural gas and petroleum pipelines in the state alone. We are 2nd in wind, and we're one of the lowest prices per kilowatt hour for electricity, and we actually export about 68% of that capacity to surrounding states. So we sit on, you know, vast resources that we have the ability to leverage. You know, it's really the foresight of state leaders working together, both government and private sector, to create longer-term strategic plans. The state has put together, both myself and with our Secretary of Energy, Kenneth Wagner, long-term strategies for how we want to look at energy diversification to not only leverage traditional energy, but also renewable energy to really drive for the future and to be a top producing state. We also recently have announced a creation of a hydrogen hub with Arkansas and Louisiana, really hoping to leverage the U.S. Plans to invest billions of dollars in hydrogen production across 4 hubs in the U.S.
So Elizabeth, through this process, what are some key learnings that can be applied in such a transformation?
Sure. I think there are 3 key things to really think about, and that's how do you use traditional energy and providers that you have in place to pilot ways to introduce clean energy, whether that's working together with the public sector or with the private sector, thinking about it from both an academic exercise with higher education, but also working together to also think about it from just an economic development perspective and how you're leveraging attraction of companies coming into your region. I also think it's taking those resources that you have, such as an electrical grid and the costs around that, and piloting how you can leverage that beyond just your own needs and thinking that through. And that also comes with how do you think about, for instance, traditional energy pipelines like natural gas that could be converted for the use of hydrogen. And those are things that we're really thinking about. And then putting in place those comprehensive strategies and ensuring that you're remaining aligned around those strategies. For instance, Oklahoma has published those strategies on our oklahoma.gov website, where you can pull that down and see how we're thinking about this in regard to energy diversification as well as other technology sectors.
Thank you. And now to attract everybody's attention, I guess the multi-billion-dollar question, especially in light of what is happening today with energy security in Europe, is can legacy resources of energy, and this is important, whether it be oil or gas, work together with renewable energy sources, whether it's wind, solar, or hydrogen, in a way that actually help us achieve a greener future? And if so, how do we do that?
Certainly, as mentioned, I think it is leveraging existing pipelines that exist for natural gas as we think about hydrogen. But as we also think about natural gas and what that provides, it's really leveraging that as we think about the production of hydrogen. How can we do that effectively? Producing blue hydrogen, specifically with our capability around electric costs, as well as underground space that can be utilized for construction of those carbon capture wells, really allow us to tie both that more traditional energy resources together with those that are renewable.
Thank you. And let me bring the discussion a little bit from the virtual to our panel here, and I'll go on to Mansour. Mansour, you are one of the key players in solar in Africa. How is Africa different from Europe and the US?
Thank you so much, and a great honor to be speaking in front of Your Highness as well. Africa is a big, big place, and the problem of energy in Africa is very different from Europe. The fundamental problem is that of access. 600 million people in Africa have no electricity whatsoever in their home. 800 million people still cook on charcoal or firewood, etc. In fact, every year, 4 million people die, predominantly women and young children, from the smoke inhaled from charcoal cooking, right? So that is the level of disaster that the situation is actually at. But at the same time, it's a big, big place in terms of a lot of innovation going on as well. You have countries like Congo, the DR Congo, that is the size of Europe. And you have the infrastructure like technologies playing in place, like mobile money, like the access to internet, the access to mobile phones, the access to new technologies that are actually enabling new form of business models and energy access to suddenly be possible.
So let's look at it a little bit more. As solar starts becoming more and more cost effective, how does it work with traditional forms of energy such as hydropower or thermal plants, and how does this impact Africa? What is basically the impact that the renewable power can have on energy reliability and stability?
Let me give you an example. What is possible now in Africa, which is not possible anywhere else, is the fact that you can actually go to a household, install a solar home system, a solar panel, batteries at the household level, put that on financing, so suddenly a customer is able to pay using mobile money, access to electricity at a cheaper price than what was possible to do using charcoal or kerosene or batteries or diesel or etc. And that sort of possibility of distributed, digital, decarbonized access to electricity is something that is new business models are happening. So you have this business model innovation that are taking place. Then you have technology innovations taking place as well. The fact that solar panels and batteries are becoming cheaper, the fact that batteries are becoming in general more reliable, means that suddenly you have an opportunity where Africa starts from a starting place where they don't have the incumbent constraints of transition, but they actually have the foundation to be able to develop their energy infrastructure from a basis of modernity from day one. So in fact, entire nations can help to get electrified in a way that is both green, both sustainable, and also something that's economically important. And I think there's two things I would just highlight quickly on that front, is that in Africa, it's not so much about the problem of generating electricity, right? It's abundant from a solar perspective, it's abundant from hydro perspective. But the ability to actually transport that electricity to the household level, that is what's difficult. Building the grid in a continent that's so big, right? That's really not possible to do. So you need to think about electricity or energy transition or energy access in Africa, not just in a way of how to generate electricity, but how do you actually distribute electricity? So the business models there are quite different. You have ability to do standalone solar system. You go into individual households, install solar. You can have mini grids where small communities where you install at village level or city level solutions. Then you also have the ability to expand the grid overall. And each of them, there's a lot of opportunity for private participation, private business models. And that, I think, that combination of both business model innovation and technology innovation, and Africa being at the starting point of that technological innovation, I really think as often Africa will become the blueprint of how actually energy transition or energy access is actually done. In the same way it's done in fintech, in the same way it's done in telecom in the last decade.
Mansour, thank you. And now let me ask a question to all three panelists, because I always find this interesting. It is 2032, so it's 10 years from now. What is the status of green energy in your mind in our world in 2032? Chris, if I may start with you.
Well, I'm afraid I would say grim and hopeful. So grim because we're way, way behind. It's too partisan still. But hopeful, I think by then the problems will be so severe, it will be more like terrorism. So it won't be as partisan, we'll all be fighting it. And I think it'll be pretty obvious what the solutions are by then.
Elizabeth?
I think we will still be leveraging a diversity of energy sources, and it won't be any one that is necessarily leading, but those that are leading will be leveraging a diverse portfolio and be working with partners across the globe to make that happen.
Mansour?
I think we need to turn that around. We need to achieve certain outcomes. By 2030, most nations, including Monaco, has signed up to the Sustainable Development Goals. And one of them is having energy access for everyone in a sustainable way. The technologies exist. The infrastructure exists. What it lacks is financing. It lacks public willingness. It lacks the pain that transition actually needs to undergo. So from my perspective, we have 8 years left, or 7.5 years left, to be able to change the world, quite literally. And if we can do that in Africa, and I think really that is an important continent to actually focus on, because the aspect of energy transition linked with energy access has the ability to solve so many social development problems in one go, economic problems in one go, and we need to target 2030 as our finish line.
And Mansour, let me start with you. Follow-on question, because it's a great segue. Who do you think will be leading the way then?
Look, I think like someone in the previous panel said, partnerships are key. The size of problems that we are trying to solve are so huge that they can't be done alone, right? What we're talking about is rebuilding economy, rebuilding the way that that relationship between citizens and public entities and corporates work and for what good that does. So in terms of what's going to lead the way, it's going to be entrepreneurs. Right? Like this is the sort of innovation, the business model, the agility that's required. Only a completely fresh group of entrepreneurs can really change that game. And I think that culture is being developed where really big, difficult public infrastructure problem that in the previous life was the purview of governments only are now being tackled by young entrepreneurs trying to make a big difference. And myself, I'm quite proud in the sense that tonight, we provide electricity to around 3 million people in 11 countries in Africa. Although it's a big number for a small company like ours, in the backdrop of the size of the problem, we can't do it alone. And that is the need of partnership that needs to happen.
Thank you. Chris?
Well, I think that there's a role for philanthropic, kind of action. We do a lot of that to get new innovations through the Valley of Death, I think was probably talked about here. But ultimately, this is about trillions of dollars going into private for-profit, sort of energy transition companies. That's the only hope here, and that is happening. So I'm encouraged.
And Elizabeth?
I would just add one more thing to what both panelists have already said, and that is the importance of actually leveraging those experts that come from traditional energy companies and have a vast wealth of knowledge that can be used as we think about the transition that we're undergoing towards renewables. And that it is an entrepreneurial issue of really driving forward, but those entrepreneurs need to look at history as well as culture and time that's been invested here to really come out with the best innovations possible.
Thank you. It's been a real pleasure having three good friends, three global leaders, three YPOers here amongst other exceptional leaders with the MPL. Michelle, thank you for making this possible. Your Highness, Your Excellencies, thank you.
Thank you so much, Tassos. With that, we'll take this little break. Well, it's not a break, actually, but take this opportunity to thank one more time His Serene Highness Prince Albert for being with us today. And I will escort His Highness. He's departing from here. And Finance Minister, Your Excellency Prime Minister, thank you again for being here with us today. And Finance Minister Castellani, thank you. Now it takes 20 minutes. 20 minutes for this session.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to take your seats, we will resume our program. It's now 2:30 in the afternoon, and we've just got a few more sessions to get through. We move on now to, for the next 20 minutes, leadership and transmission, the young generation. Let me invite onto the stage Andrea Garcia. She's currently with BlackRock Mexico. Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen, so we can continue. Let me invite Andrea Garcia to join me here. She's with BlackRock Mexico. She's head of Monaco private label Young Leaders. Come on up, Andrea. Good to see you. It's all yours.
Hi, everyone. Thank you all so much for coming. I hope you've enjoyed your meal. I'll be having this session with Monsieur Jean-Luc Alevala, so if you would like to join me on stage. Hello. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. It's been a very busy morning and a very busy afternoon, but we still have some very interesting sessions. In particular, I'm very excited to be speaking here with Monsieur Jean-Luc Alevala. He is the chairman of Atlantis Investors, which he founded here in Monaco, and you've just had a spectacular career and personal trajectory. I've had the pleasure of getting to know him in the past few days more, preparing for this session. And I hope we can do him justice because truly he is a leader amongst leaders. As my role in Monaco Private Label with younger generations and seeing where things are going in the future, it's really an honor to be speaking to you and to learn a little bit more about your trajectory and how you see leadership. So to give you all a little bit of context and a little bit of background, Monsieur Jean-Luc has been a leader in all sorts of aspects of life. First of all, his history here within Monaco is quite spectacular. On your mother's side, your family has been here for over 150 years. On your father's side, over four centuries, which is truly impressive. You also had the honor of serving as the first chief of staff for the Prince between 2005 and 2006, so truly embedded within the country, the growth of the country, and just the history in general, which is fantastic. Professionally, you've been the CEO of multiple companies, several division of Penchinet, as well as La Grande Media, which had about $12 billion in sales and 30,000 employees at the time of your position. As an investor, for over 15 years of investment, as a partner at Apollo Global Management, which in London, which has over $500 billion under management, and as founder of your own investment company here in Monaco, as we mentioned, Atlantis Investors. Finally, in philanthropy, and I think here we'll dive in a little bit more, 10% of your time and money has always gone to philanthropy and the greater good. So you've held numerous positions as honorary chairman of the HEC alumni. You helped bring in an American way of fundraising within the university and that foundation, as president of the French and American Foundation, and currently as chairman of the Aspen Institute here in France. So really fantastic just journey and trajectory in general. Getting into it a little bit more, as we were saying, in every aspect of life, you've held leadership positions, and really each chapter has been, you've grown in leaps and bounds. I mean, when you were 24, you were named, 28, you were named CFO of a division of Penchinet. at 32, COO at 36, chairman and CEO. So really every step of the way has grown a lot. How do you explain this professional trajectory? How would you look at it? How would you look at your leadership here?
Well, thank you, Andrea. It's a bit embarrassing in front of so many leaders and so many great people here to have such an overview of my life. If I may, because I just had a flash, and to be more humble, I learned to swim in this pool. More than 50 years ago. I remember it was very hard. And not far from here, as we're going to start the Tennis Masters, the tournament, I think within this whole biography, you forgot one, which is probably the one I would be most proud of, which is I was 15 and I was a ball boy. And a year later, the manager came to me and said, "You're going to be the head of ball boys." So probably in this country, and Monaco played a major role for me. If I have to explain why I did what you described, certainly, and as you said, I've been the first Chief of Staff of His Serene Highness, and Monaco has played a major role for some of us who were born and raised here, because it's a country where you can have many dreams. And if you want to be a leader, and you come from a very small country, you have to think that in order to have these dreams, you don't need to be big. Mm-hmm. This country is international. The princely family, as you know, has been ruling for more than 7 centuries. We've been all educated here with strong values and a very good education system. So if I may, we learned a lot before becoming, for some of us, leaders in our companies or at the state level or in non-governmental organizations. We owe a lot to Monaco. Secondly, also, I personally owe a lot to some of the people I met during this career. I mean, I don't think we built our own leadership, and I don't want to talk about myself because it's not my style. I want to talk about the people I met and who gave me these opportunities. Mm-hmm. You speak about HEC. The former chairman and CEO of Schneider, Didier Pinot-Valenciennes, told me one day, I was 28, why don't you join a committee and help us with the new generation, which, by the way, you're doing, because you play a role now. You speak about Péchinet, an entrepreneur decided at the same age that he wanted to make a proposal as a CFO and then as a CEO, and then ultimately I replaced him. But I think all of us owe what we've done to other people, and this is about leadership and transmission. Mm-hmm. So transmission is very important. If I'm here with you today, it's because there is transmission between me and you. You're taking the lead of a famous group of young leaders of the Monaco private label. You're going to play a role, as we did, and as people before us did it for us, identify us, probably gave us a chance, or a major chance from time to time.
Yes, I agree. And I think that was at the core of the Young Leaders Foundation, at least in Monaco, and with MPL, is giving those benefits that Monaco has, as you were describing, and helping transmit that. As well, I'd love to talk about your personal trajectory. I mean, they're both very much linked, both personal and professional. You can't really divide one and the other. But about 20 years ago, in 2001, you were selected as a young leader in the French-American Foundation. Amongst your peers, there's dignitaries, politicians, both American and French, and incredible, successful businessmen and women. 6 years later, you became the president of the network, and then 3 years after that, in 2010, the president of the foundation as a whole. I mean, once again, this is a community and multiple people and a transition, but could you maybe dive a little bit more into that aspect of it?
Sure. It's very simple. In 1976, President Giscard d'Estaing decided to create a foundation which would promote and help the relationship between France and America, and the special relationship between these two countries. He created 5 years later, in 1981, a Young Leaders Program. How can we identify people who are going to take the leadership, who are going to be involved, who are going to work, and how can we select them? And for instance, in 1982, they found a certain Hillary Clinton. By the way, 1 year before her husband, which is, as we heard a lot about women, and women at the highest level is a good sign. On the French side, they found at the same time Alain Juppé or CEOs of large companies like Henri de Castro or John Thain in the US and so on and so forth. I had just been appointed as a COO of the Lagardère Media Group, the largest media company in France at the time, when somebody recommended me. And once again, it's what you owe to people who help you, who identify you, who give your name to somebody. I joined Lagardère because somebody playing tennis said, oh, you should meet with this CEO. He's just 36, 37. And we met, and it was on. So curiosity, being open with the others, being generous, willing permanently to help, to be involved, to take responsibilities, is, I think, the only explanation for this kind of leadership. Now, the foundation, a few years later, wanted to regroup all the young leaders because they play a major role in this relationship. And I was asked to build this network and then ultimately to chair the foundation. It's playing a role between the two sides of the Atlantic, like many, many other institutions. I think we are thousands of people willing to do better, apart from our own jobs, give back, be dedicated to the others, and try to play a role as, social responsibility for just for the good.
That makes sense, and I think that social responsibility is what outlives us all at the end, and that transmission. So you were speaking a lot, and while you were speaking, it reminds me of an anecdote that you told me about while we met, which I thought is fascinating. One day you were called up by a banker and told, there's this very young man that has a lot of potential, and you should definitely keep an eye on him. He would be a fantastic young leader. And that man today, his name today and yesterday and always has been Emmanuel Macron. Could you a little bit elaborate on that story?
Well, it's exactly what I just said. Yeah, yes, it happened this way. The head of the investment bank of Rothschild called me in December 2011, when we are preparing the list of young leaders every year for the next year, and just told me, Jean-Luc, I have a banker who is very smart, an unusual person. And I think you should meet with him. Obviously, you don't know him because he's not at all at the same level as yours. He's not even a manager. His name is Emmanuel Macron. And indeed, I met with him. And if you try to think about transmission permanently, it was obvious that this gentleman had specific talents. And it came probably from the way he would look at you, very focused, very concentrated. The way he would articulate his thoughts and the willingness he already had to be a leader. He was talking about politics. At the time, he was working for President Hollande. Nobody thought that 6 months later, President Hollande would become President Hollande, and he was elected. And so we decided to hire him. And I think it was a good choice. By the way, the year before, somebody else called me and said, you've said that we don't have enough local people in the various regions in France. And I know a young mayor who is in Le Havre, whose name is Edouard Philippe. And it was a completely different person. And we obviously took him in the cohort for 2012. And by the way, Edouard Philippe and Emmanuel Macron met for the first time in the context of the young leaders. So this is also what I hope you're going to do here with all the leaders you selected, because you have a responsibility now. It's your turn. We've done our job, so I hope you're going to do the same in the future. And I think being open, being humble, looking at people for what they are and for what they can be, and always keeping in mind that we have to have permanently this process of transmission means a lot and creates the new leaders. And obviously we've kept a very close relationship, and I observe him. And he's a leader. He's a true leader. During this war, he's a leader. You've spoken, and some of you have spoken about His Serene Highness, who has been an amazing leader. And when we started 17 years ago, he had a few ideas on the top of his mind. He had a vision. He had a vision for climate. I remember this because we started working between wintertime 2004 and 2005 when his father, Prince Rainier III, died in April 2005. Prince Albert already had a vision of what he wanted to do. Obviously, everything you mentioned about climate, about sports, but also a new business model. And you've had the finance minister here, Jean Castellini, who is another kind of leader and who has done an amazing job over the past 15 years, putting Monaco as a model. And we started, in different position. So in each sector, in each kind of job, of objective, you have to find these leaders. And Prince Albert has been amazing being a leader as such, but also identifying in a very small population. Some leaders, Michel Bouquier came when I was at the palace at the time, 15, 16 years ago. He said, I have an idea. This is an international country. Why don't we have a group of people worldwide who will come to Monaco on a regular basis, be part of a club, of a network, share what we think we have to say about Monaco, but also bring their value added. And here you are. And Michel has been a leader because you have a vision. You're convinced that's the right thing to do. You share. And the last point I want to mention is, in order to be a leader, you have to spend your days sharing, speaking to people, being open, communicating. You should never be by yourself. And what you've done, Michel, it's an opportunity for me, as I remember reading this first conversation, is amazing.
That's fantastic. And I think that goes a lot to what my next question was going to be about how do you select these leaders? I mean, creating a group of leaders, it's difficult. I can imagine it's strong personalities, it's strong visions, and having it be cohesive and really uplifting each one individually, that's quite a task. So what would you say, how do you identify these leaders and how do you help them grow in that sense?
By the way, as you know, apart from the French-American Foundation, I'm so convinced about the necessity of this transmission that I have created other young leaders programs like the Franco-British Young Leaders Program, which we created in 2016 in the context of the Brexit, thinking that alongside with the governments, it's very helpful to have informal, non-governmental organizations to make sure that you have different kinds of links. I have created young leaders within the Aspen Institute, and we select people who have already outstanding achievements, but will also have this attitude of giving back, of sharing, and of being involved in order to promote the good for everybody. You select them the same way as you behave as a leader, which means as a team player. What I've done in these various organizations has always been to have 10, 15, 20 people. You share your vision with them, and you say every time you see anywhere somebody who has the potential, but the willingness, it's not only about skills. You can learn. I mean, you were not born as a leader. I was not born as anything. I was here on the beach and very happy to be here. And then you have your parents playing their role as leaders for you, and then you meet with the first people who give you some inspiration, and then you move forward. And by the way, all this is only working all the time, thinking about what you can do. You know, you remember in the Bible, somebody will ask someday, what did you do with your talents? And so what do you do with the talents that you have? You try to help the others. So you have 10, 20 people, and you tell them, I want to identify people between the age of 30 and 40 who have already significant achievements, but who are now going to start giving back and bringing something to a relationship between two countries, or to your school, or to your homeland, or whatever. And then these people mention the names. You have a collective work of sharing the thoughts about them, and then you do a selection. By the way, it's a tough one. The young leaders in Paris, it's terrible, because you now have probably every year 200 candidates, you have 10 seats, and for most of them, they never, ever got a no to anything. They went to Polytechnique, they went to HEC, they went to ENA, they went to Harvard, they went wherever. And very often it's the first time that they're not selected in a program, which is really tough when you have to announce it. So how do you select them? A few very simple criteria of people who are generous, smart, hard workers, open, communicating, sharing. And then you have a group of people who share this same view on the program and them. And then you start looking at names and you do the balance between different groups.
That makes sense. And
so that's what you're going to do now.
yeah, no pressure. And I think that's definitely the point that we're trying to do here with Monaco Private Label, is creating this ecosystem of people who are either already taking over family businesses, their own entrepreneurships, or beginning to look at that and beginning to look at where they want to go with those careers. I definitely think something important nowadays is this social responsibility, as well, as you were saying, because it's not enough to simply lead if people don't want to follow. And in today's world, that's definitely something that people look up to, is how are we going to make the world a better place. This is also something, amongst all the groups that you helped found and grow, something that you started within the Aspen Institute is the Young Leaders Engagés. So perhaps if you can tell us a little bit about that, and then how you see the future of leadership.
And then I think we have a strong pressure on our rights. But as you are already a leader, I'm sure you're going to take the lead for the conclusion. I spoke about it. I think years ago, probably social responsibility, commitment, philanthropy also, especially in a country like France next door, were not as important. And most of the leaders would be certainly more, selfish. Today, I don't think you can be a leader anymore if you don't have, apart from your own achievements, we are sometimes due to you, but mostly to many other people, as I explained, you have to be committed. And it's a combination of both. This is the way I see it. It's a combination of both. It's what you give to the others, which talents do you have, and how do you drive your own achievements. And I really think, once again, that your generation has to promote this and now to take the lead. The motto of the Aspen Institute is from success to significance. How do you have your own achievements and you give them back in order for them to become significant? That's very simple. And lastly, I would say that my only fear in today's world is the lack of leadership at the world level and at the political level. And probably if we are with these troubles today, have you seen how the companies, most of the companies have reacted very positively during this crisis? At the state level, if you look at America, if you look at many other countries, if you look at Europe, which is still in crisis or leadership crisis, I think what we can hope is that a new leadership appears at a political level and the world level.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank
I
you.
think that wraps our session up. Thank you for your time.
Andrea, thank you for that. Let's move on now to our next session. It's celebrating 100 years in Monaco, Barclays Bank. Please let me welcome to the stage Matthew Farragut and Gerald Matthew. Please come up and join us. Here we go. Matthew Farragut is the CEO of CFM Industries Wealth Management, and Gerald Matthew is just taking up a new function as the head of Private Bank Europe and Middle East, CEO of Barclays Private Bank in Monaco from April 2020. So let me start with a really important question. To get a job in Barclays in Monaco, do you have to have Matthew in your name?
You should ask Mathieu.
I thought I was asking Matthew.
Yeah, you are asking Gerald, you should ask Mathieu. But the answer is no, not yet.
No? Well, you two would seem to deny that. So Barclays has been here for 100 years. When you look back in the history of the bank, what brought it here in the first place?
Well, actually, just to put things into perspective, Barclays is 100 years young in Monaco, but it has existed for more than 300 years. Actually, Barclays started in 1690, so we are 332 years young, which is pretty amazing. But to answer your question, first Barclays came to France in 1918, just after the First World War, to be close to the British soldiers at that time and to develop business in France. Then they came to the French Riviera, and then in 1922, they decided to expand globally their business, and they started also with Monaco. They wanted to be closer to the Monaco Principality, which was already at that time strategic, and we stayed in the Principality.
Because at that time, banking was nowhere global the way it is today.
Absolutely.
It was national, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very national indeed, yeah. So Monaco was one of the first places where Barclays decided to really expand internationally.
And in that 100 years, in that century, banks have come and gone here in Monaco, but Barclays has remained. Why? That's for you.
So Mathieu is representing CFM and the Suez. I'm
Right.
representing Barclays. So you cannot
so
ask
he's
Mathieu
not
a
allowed
question
to-
about Barclays.
He's not
It is
allowed to talk about Barclays at all.
We can talk about Barclays, but it would be better you talk about CFM and the Suez, I believe, no?
Well, he must know about the competition, so why do you think have they stayed?
Well, I'm going to try. Can you hear me? Yeah, sorry. I'm going to try to explain why banks stay in Monaco. Just to go back to CFM, CFM is a local bank. CFM was created in 1922 by local businessmen with the objective of funding the development of the local economy. And up until 1971, Crédit Foncier de Monaco, so CFM, was purchased by Indosuez, which in turn was purchased by the Crédit Agricole Group. So we have very deep roots in the Principality, and as Barclays did, we've been here for over 100 years. Why have we been here for over 100 years? Is because at the end, there's two major aspects of banking in the Principality. The first aspect is that there is a framework that is extremely favorable for banking institutions. That's why today there's about 30 banking institutions in the Principality. Most of the UK, French, Italian, American banking groups are present in the Principality. And the second, I would say, is because the Principality has a tremendous advantage is that it's a long-term oriented country, and things don't change as often as you would find in other type of countries. So when you establish a business in the Principality, and banking is one of them, it's a long-term establishment, and you can rely on the stability and the long-term vision of His Serene Highness to really, I would say, execute your plan in the Principality. So I think both for Barclays and for us, this has been the foundation of our activity in the Principality.
Yes.
And if I...
It's all right, they're going to pick
If
you
I
up.
may add, for the past years, and we can see today in the
You
panel...
just need to hold it a little closer, thank you.
Just there, sorry. We can see today in the panel of the Monaco private label, it's been amazing over the past years to see how many entrepreneurs became residents in Monaco, how active they are. And for global banks and international banks, being in Monaco is very much an opportunity to be close to them and to be close to their business. So it's not only a matter of their private wealth, but it's also the way we can help them support their business and develop for the longer term. So as Kat was saying this morning, it's important to talk about the past, but most importantly is being here for the next 100 years and how can we be close to the entrepreneur, the philanthropic initiative, and all the values that are so close to us.
You talked about the stability that Monaco gives you, political stability as well, but the banking industry itself has been through huge changes, and that must be reflected in how you do business in Monaco too.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's, I believe with the pharmaceutical industry, the nuclear industry, the banking industry is the most regulated industry in the world. So we've gone through the recent years to significant changes in the banking industry. We've had a lot of new regulations, so that has, I would say, disformed the business model of most banks, but we have had to adapt to this new reality. One amazing thing that we've noticed in the Principality is that the Principality really adopted most of those changes very quickly as they occurred. We're talking about exchange of information in the 2016 year. The Principality immediately went for full transparency in these matters. So there is a ground that is given to us as foreign players or local players by the Principality to really quickly adapt to the new regulations. And that framework is definitely a very solid foundation for us to execute our mission.
There's been a lot of changes in regulation, not just local, not just Europe, but international, the OECD, the automatic exchange of information and so on. That must have changed the business model of the banks in Monaco, including Barclays.
No, it has changed, but most importantly, I believe that the opportunity that arose over the past years, when you talk about ESG, for instance, and thanks, as Mr. Alavena was just saying, thanks to the vision of His Highness, the vision of Jean Castellini, our finance minister, I mean, those are really the priorities. And for us, as banks, we really feel we have a duty, and we take it as an opportunity to make sure that we apply in the way we service our clients, in the way we are also close to the community, in the way we provide services and investment solutions to our client. So I like this morning when Miles was saying, be careful of green washing or bashing, you were saying washing?
Greenwashing.
Greenwashing, but it is so true, because everyone is talking about that nowadays. But us as banks, we have this obligation to be very transparent and to really deliver the best solution in line with those values. So I take it as a fantastic opportunity for banks after all those years of regulatory and de-risking obligation.
Are more banks coming to Monaco? Quite a few have left. Credit Suisse.
Well, it's pretty stable. I think a new bank just arrived, I believe, at the beginning of the year or end of last year. There are banks coming and going. I think it's nothing to do necessarily with the Principality. I think it has to do with the minimum size that banks must have today to support the cost of...
Changes in banking structure.
Exactly. So I don't believe that a Principality is seen as a fertile or infertile ground for banks. I believe that banks have obligations, and sometimes size really matters, and today we see it. So that's probably what explains incoming and outgoing players. But if you look at the main players, historical players, like the both of us, we've been here for over 100 years, and we're planning to stay for a lot more.
Yeah. What's your customer base in Monaco? Is it British expats? Is it people who live in Monaco? Is it international?
So it's mainly people who live in Monaco. It's the majority of our clients, but very international base. Of course, we have a lot of British clients, British origin, but not only. I mean, they come from all over Europe. They come as far as from Australia, New Zealand, sometimes the US also, South America, Asia. Nowadays, we see more and more. So yeah, it's very, very international base. And again, that's why we love our jobs also in the Principality, is that the diversity of clients. And when you are Barclays or CFM and Suez, you have this capacity to address the very best service and solutions to our international clients. That's the idea.
I mean, most people, when they think about banks, think of, it keeps your money as you've got a checking account and you withdraw money or you put money in. It's the normal high street, Main Street bank. But here, for banks like yours, I mean, you're basically into private wealth management. That's the core of the business model, isn't it?
Well, no, CFM has a particularity as being a partially owned local bank. 70% of the capital of CFM is Indosuez and Crédit Agricole Group, and 30% of the capital is local families from the Principality. So our business model has been slightly different than the rest of the banks. It's been more of a universal wealth management and investment banking in general, because we've worked historically with 2 out of 3 local companies. So we do a lot of support. We bring a lot of support to local companies. We bring a lot of support to local Monegasque clients by citizenship. But also we have, and today that's the main focus of our activity, we have wealth management and asset management activities. But we are more of a diversified model, which fits very well because the local economy has been thriving for the recent years. And we've always been trying to help local companies, local corporations, by bringing financing or direct investment into their activity.
Is your business model different from that?
It's not that different. The only difference is that maybe we are more international also. We are very much linked to the UK. We have a bridge, natural bridge, Britishness, of course, because we are Barclays. We have also, as our colleagues, a very strong investment bank. So having a strong investment bank is also a great way, again, to support our clients who are entrepreneurs to develop their businesses across the planet and across different industries. And thanks to that investment bank, we are also able to bring pretty off-market investment solution that you would not find everywhere. And in any type of industries, recently we've been able, as Jean Castellini mentioned, to present and introduce Future Planet Capital, and we're touching several opportunities and industries really off-market, like private placement. So that's what we provide to our clients. But we like also doing the day-to-day banking, because that's part of a local bank. So we're able to do both.
So you are able to call on the resources of Barclays Investment Bank for your clients?
Absolutely, we do. We introduce our entrepreneurs clients to the investment bank for their IPO, for their merger and acquisition, for a bond issue, or any other type of very specific investment bank or capital market business.
How do you see things changing? You've been here for 100 years. You've had to change during that 100 years. Just never mind 100, just the next 5 or 10. How do you see the banking model changing here?
The banking world is extremely challenged today. The primary challenge is the digitalization of some of our businesses within the banks. I do believe that banks are going to lose some of their activities that can be digitalized, that can be rationalized, that can be taken over by new companies. But the core, which is the confidence that clients base on their institution, will remain, I would say, the same. Now, in terms of trends, a lot has been said today about socially responsible investment. I'm not going to go back to this, but today we see that this is a concern to all the economic players. It's a concern to all clients. What we do notice, being from the banking side, on the investment side, or in the financing side, because we're trying also to be more virtuous on the financing side, what we've been noticing is that the clients, investors, are conscious about the issues that we are facing. They're conscious about the fact that their investment must be responsible, but most of the time they are lost as to what means a socially responsible investment. So what we've tried to do at CFM is obviously to develop the offering of socially responsible investments. And we were, back in 2002, under the guidance of His Serene Highness, the Prince Albert II, we started the first socially responsible investment fund, which was called CFM EDD, which is still going on today. But aside from really product offering and investment or asset management based solutions, today we see that clients are trying to guide their investment all the way to the final destination. So they really want not just to invest in socially responsible companies, they want to see where their money ends up at the end. And I think this is our biggest challenge. And us as bank, we must take that into consideration, and we must be the first, after all that we heard today, we must be the first channel to guide these investments all the way to to the climate transition, all the way to the players that are really involved in what's happening today.
What changes do you envisage in this decade?
So yes, more and more digital, that's for sure, but to better service the clients. I do not believe that this private banking industry will be totally transformed. I believe it will still remain a people industry, and the people service and the human touch will remain more than ever. The second point I see is transparency. We need to be more and more transparent. I mean, I believe that thanks to regulation, we have immensely improved that over the past decade, but we need to keep on being transparent to our client. And last but not least, again, we see in the Principality more and more entrepreneurs, active entrepreneurs, young people, very demanding, very sophisticated individuals, and we have to adapt. And what I love in my job is that this new generation of entrepreneurs are pushing us, are challenging us to deliver new solutions that did not exist. So we need to be innovative, we need to be creative. We were talking about talents today. Talents indeed is extremely important, but also growing talents, diversity, being close to the community. There are so many things we can do in the Principality to help the community, to help the society. So yeah, lot of things to do in the coming years, and with a lot of passion, I can tell you.
We've just got a couple of minutes more. Let me ask you a more general question. Monaco is obviously well known as a financial center, but there are lots of financial centers around the world, even more now with the growth of Asia. Who's Monaco competing with? What causes Monaco the biggest problem in competition?
Well, I think sometimes Monaco competes with itself. But having had the opportunity to have an international career, Australia, Asia, the Americas, North and South, I just came to Monaco about 3 years ago and had the chance to take over this wonderful local institution. I believe that Monaco today has really nothing to envy to other financial centers when we are looking at what we are doing as well. Let's not pretend we are a London or a New York from an investment bank perspective. But today, Monaco is truly has the true capability of putting things together when it comes to asset management, when it comes to financing, when it comes to wealth management, but together with ESG, together with SRI, because at the end, the banks, they really adapt to the fertile ground that they are on. And I strongly believe that Monaco is a very fertile environment for banks. And Monaco should take a lead in terms of SRI investment. And I think Monseigneur is trying to impose that direction. And it's our obligation as banks to really step into that. And I think the difference will not be made on numbers or asset under management. The difference will be made on the business model that we really develop out of Monaco.
So are you confident that Monaco will retain its competitive edge in this financial environment?
I am convinced. And I can give you concrete examples. Very often at Barclays Monaco, we welcome clients coming from other platforms of Barclays. They come to Monaco because of the stability and of the security also of the Principality. They come because of the proximity we can have with them. They come because of the quality of the service. Again, it's a people business, and we have to develop that. Of course, we are not Singapore yet, we are not London yet, but we have so many other qualities and advantages that we should not be shy in front of those locations.
That's a very good point to end on. We'll leave it there. My thanks to the two Matthews.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
Good luck with the next 100 years. Michel, come and do the next introduction.
Absolutely, with pleasure. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Andrew. So at this stage, I would like to call Mr. Kai Andruski, right? Please come on here. We are still watching you here, but also, as you know, we have several hundreds viewers online from around the world. And as a Chief Financial Officer since 2021, right, at SIX, You are in charge of global financial performances, corporate finance, tax, legal, and governance and control at SIX. And I've got one question, only one, but before I ask, please have a seat, yes? Before I ask that question, may we have the video, please? Here we go.
Our life has become faster, digitally inspired, filled with amazing new opportunities. With our brand new SIXT app, we're starting the next revolution in mobility. Rent, share, ride. SIXT Plus, all at your fingertips. It's never been easier to get ahead. Use your smartphone as a fast lane. Rent any car within seconds. Simply jump in and set off with our new car-sharing service, SIXT Share. Spontaneous mobility made awesome. Starting in Germany with an exciting new carpool. SIXT Ride gives you direct access to 1 million taxi drivers worldwide. Or pre-book a limousine for traveling in style.
SIXT Plus, our all-inclusive car subscription. Customize your subscription with different coverage options, mileage packages, and the latest car models. Fixed monthly rate, immediately available, cancel at any time.
Our success attracts partners worldwide, airlines, hotels, and more. Together, we create an extraordinary mobility experience. Always keeping an eye on the next generation, with the Regina SIXT Children's Aid Foundation, drying little tears. A matter of heart to all of us. SIXT.
So again, welcome, a warm welcome. So this is all about mobility. And what are the mega trends in the automotive industry and the game-changing technologies for automotive?
I think when we talk about the next generation of mobility, and I will elaborate on that one later again, it's not only technology. But when we start off with technology, I think there are, of course, 2 or 3 things which we really have on the focus. I think the first one, quite evident, is the issue of digitalization, and in the consequence of that one, the self-driving development, because that will change the way of how we're going to move in urban centers, around urban centers. I think that's really the part number 1. Part number 2, I think, is, of course, the way how cars are run. We are leaving the combustion engine, but not in a flip. It will take some time. And I think that to manage that transition is the second mega trend. And the third one, which I would like to mention here, is actually, we have heard that in a lot of perspectives today, that the environmental and social perspective is also changing the way how we are going to be mobile. And that has to be anticipated as the 3 mega trends. And of course, all the normal developments we see in the digitalization area have an impact, but these 3 are at the forefront in my eyes.
I see, I see. And then where are you going in terms like electricity, hydrogen, you know, what kind of energy? I mean, which way are you going to?
When you look at the way how we conduct business right now, I would probably go a step in front. Our basic idea is providing always the most sufficient environmental comparable mobility to our customers, because that's the most important thing. And electromobility is a crucial part of that one. And when you look at the evolution of our electric fleet, right now we are at about 10%. That is more or less the max we can do from an operational, but also from the customer side, because the demand from the customer side is pretty split in that perspective. On the first hand, we see our corporate customers, which are driven by regulation. They have to buy electric, so they go electric, and to provide them there is a key task for us. When I look at our retail customers, it's a mixed picture. You see how society is developing to a more environmental way, to a more environmental attitude. And here we are also providing our customers with a solution. But I think the key issue is here for us, and electromobility is part of that one, that the attitude of society towards mobility is changing. And that is what we really have to anticipate, because just take a very simple number. In Germany, which is our home market, we have about 50 million cars on the street. And there's only one point in time when 20 million cars are used. So 30 million cars are just standing around. And that's actually our vision of combining electric mobility and mobility overall, that the overall usage of cars is reduced. And we offer something to our customers which is a sufficient mobility, but reduces the overall number of cars to fulfill the need of mobility for society, but also fulfilling the demands which we have in a changing environmental situation.
Right, I see. And in terms of, I mean, if you were looking at midterm or long-term vision, what about those self-drive cars? Is that the end of car rental?
No, it will be a different thing, because what is our core competency? Our core competency is to conduct a fleet. And I think that's the key point, because when I look at the big OEMs, the new OEMs, when you look at Tesla, completely different story than Volkswagen probably, or Mercedes, and when you look at these new providers of mobility, there is clearly a space for us, because the short-term rent, as we know it today, will change. But when you look at the city of the future, individual mobility will be banned. And just go through Paris, you see the first arrondissements in the city where there is no individual mobility anymore. And here you need a fleet which is conducted by a professional provider. That's only just one thing which we do. We have the last mile, and the last mile literally sometimes could be a little bit longer. So the products we are using are different. But the conducting of the fleet, which is our core competency and has been in the past, probably something which is calling for less drivers. When I look at our forefront self-driving project right now, by the end of the year we will start conducting a self-driving taxi fleet within Munich with roughly 100 cars. And it's the first step to experience this self-driving. And we are not the company who's providing the car. We are the company who is providing the conduction of the car, because we are not developing the techniques around it, but we do the conduction of the fleet.
You also, I think you do already have like a ride sharing, don't you?
Yes. Yeah. When you look at our product profile right now, it's actually four things which are quite important. First of all, the classical rent business. Yep. The second one, the share business, which you just referred to. And the share business here has not really kicked up, because in the cities you have a parting up. You have the individual traffic, you have the taxis, you have the ride-hailing, and the sharing fleets. As soon as the big cities are shifting, sharing will see clearly an enhancement. And the third part is a so-called subscription business, that you can go for a car just for a month. You just have to have a down payment, and this subscription model is really changing mobility, especially when I look at our corporate customer and also see it out of an environmental perspective. In the past, when a corporate rented a car for an executive, they rented a car for a year or something like that. Today, they are renting a mobility an account with 250 days of mobility a year, which is offered in a way that it is on the environmental, technological, and luxury side exactly what they're needed, and much more sustainable. So the way of products we are offering is changing, and it's not only sharing, subscription, and rent, and also offering the whole world of ride. It's also the incorporation of new mobility features, and that's important for us when you look at our digitalized business model. On the front end, you see the app where you can get all the products, but on the back end, you have this harmonization of fleet, of AI pricing, which makes a comprehensive business model.
And this is 6 goals. I mean, the goal for the future. I mean, this
definitely,
is the direction you're taking,
definitely
right?
Via our digitalized digital business model, via the app we have created to combine the new forms of mobility with new forms of vehicles to have a comprehensive offering for our customers.
Right. Excellent. Well, we'd like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to travel from here to, like last night, to Roquebrune, Cap Martin last time for the welcome cocktail reception and throughout the Principality, and that's really useful. Would you have a personal message, I mean 6 message
of course, I have actually 2 messages I would like to place to the audience.
Yeah, to the audience, if in person, but also
definitely
online.
Definitely. There are actually 2 messages I would like to pass. First of all, as you know, Sixt, a family-owned listed company, is run by the family as a CEO, but also in the governance part. And Regine Sixt, a member, and we have a long-term connection towards the Principality of Monaco, especially when you just go around the hotel here, you will see our station here. And we have been here for a couple of years. Furthermore, we are quite engaged in the Monaco-German relationships with Regine Sixt. And what is important for us as a company that we always combine the way we do business with a clear social message. And that's key of our heart with the foundation, the Regine Sixt Kinderhilfe Stiftung. And you see that in the way we do business. It's mobility at the end of the day is right for society. And that's the DNA of our company. The second part of the message is something for you. We have prepared our so-called diamond cards, a personal membership card for everybody of you. We have it available in the station and also in the lobby. You can pick it up today and tomorrow. It's personalized and gives you an access to a lot of very prime services from our company, favorable pricing, the access to our launches, and always an upgrade from what you have booked. So something we would like to offer. And I think that's something I would like to state from our company. And as a CFO, just one quick take. We have 2.5 billion turnover and have reached an almost 20% EBT line and worthwhile investment.
Wow. Congratulations, congratulations. And actually, I do have a personal message as well to Regine and Eric Sixt. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. It's really very, very much appreciated. Merci encore. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Merci. And now, without further ado, I will ask Andrea to come back here if she's around. She's right here. And Andrea, I know that you cannot wait to introduce our next speaker because you are actually, I mean, you are in charge of Monaco Private Label Young Leaders, but also you work for an international group called BlackRock. And please, come on stage.
Thank you, Monsieur Bouquier. Yes, so in my free time, no, I work with BlackRock. And today we have Lior Katz, the Director of Family Offices in French-speaking Europe, here with us. And we're going to talk a little bit more about what the family offices landscape looks like today and any key insights that he's learned through BlackRock. Hello. Hi, Lior. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, everyone who's here still with us and everyone online at home. So as we were saying, you work with family offices and in particular institutionalized single-family offices. So focused on investments and on behalf of the family investing their assets. Before we dive into some of those key insights that you've learned, I'd love to know a little bit more about you. You've been with BlackRock for about 10 years now. What led you to where you are? How did you end up here?
Sure, and thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Monaco Private Label, for giving me the opportunity to speak here. So I have a multicultural background. I was born in Israel. I grew up in Germany. I studied in France and China. And I started my career in London, first at Credit Suisse and then at BlackRock, in a very specialized unit, exchange-traded funds, but I covered multiple types of clients, from private banks, asset managers, family offices, pensions, insurance companies, central banks. But the one client that excited me the most are family offices. They are very intellectually stimulating. Their needs are very different. They are sophisticated in nature. And it was really the idea to be able to speak 1 minute with a Middle Eastern royal family and the next one with a UK billionaire, with all what goes in between, really excited me the most.
That's really interesting. And a question, because BlackRock is mostly known for its institutional work and much larger scale endeavors. How exactly do family offices fit into that?
Sure. BlackRock is not a private bank. We do not speak directly to private clients. And we need to recognize that family offices are very sophisticated in nature. They want to be treated as institutional clients. They often have some people looking after the wealth of the family. They are dealing in big sizes. And they want to have relationships with asset managers, such as BlackRock, but many others. So it's very important to take this institutional approach. Each of the family offices is very different, and to have different answers to each of the family office. It can be that one family office wants to restructure their private equity portfolio, another one is looking for index building blocks, and another one may want to know how they will achieve the income target of their private foundations. So having this holistic approach and consultative approach, it's what works the best with this client segment.
Interesting. So taking off of that very consultant approach, BlackRock is known very much for its research and just the amount of data that it's able to collect. With family offices, I know that they recently published a survey of global family offices. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you learned from that, some key insights, what the landscape looks like?
Sure. It was a massive survey, probably one of the largest that has ever been done in the industry. We have interviewed 185 families across the globe, and therefore I think the trends were quite powerful. Let me summarize maybe the 3 main trends. The first one, I think that family offices, they navigated the COVID crisis quite well, even if sometimes it was challenging for the operating business. Family offices are quite opportunistic, and many of them managed to invest in the market when it was at a peak and generate some good returns. The second one, and that is really important in family office portfolios, is alternatives. In average, family offices allocate 35% of their portfolio into alternatives. At BlackRock, we have what we call our internal think tank, the BlackRock Investment Institute, and we would even recommend to go up to 40%. Private equity is their preferred asset class, especially in technology and in healthcare, but also we could see a bigger trend into private credit, and that's also explained because public credit, the returns have not been very good. The yields are quite low. The people are looking into the private market. But the third alternative sub-asset class that surprised me the most are hedge funds. And it seems that hedge funds are back on the table. We have 38% of the family offices in the survey that indicated they want to allocate to hedge funds for different reasons, either to better navigate market volatility and to have uncorrelated return, or even to build a portfolio of low volatility hedge funds that could be a kind of replacement to cash. The third trend from the family office survey is sustainable investments. And 85% of the family offices indicated that they want to allocate to sustainable investments. But actually, and in Europe, it's the highest rate. Only 28% of family offices allocate to sustainable investments. And there's a mismatch. And I think the reason is that family offices do not have the same pressure from shareholders than an insurance company or than the pension funds. But actually, there's one group of persons putting some pressure, and Andrea, you will be really happy to hear about that. It's the next generation. And the next generation, for them, it's really important to not just have financial returns, but also to lead with impact, to minimize different risks, such as climate risk. We all know that climate risk can be also investment risk.
That's really interesting. I think that's a very key theme that keeps coming back around, is the importance of taking care of the future and this stewardship for future generations as well. Speaking about future generations, and as you were saying, how these things are very important to them, right now we're really at a cusp where there's an unprecedented wealth exchange and wealth transmission that's occurring. Dealing with family offices, it must be a very personal relationship that you have to build as well with these groups of individuals and these clients. How do you deal with that shift and that transition?
Okay, maybe let me illustrate it maybe with an anecdote. It was 2 or 3 weeks ago. I had a meeting where I sent the material before with a principal. He was maybe in his late 60s, early 70s, and he came with his daughter, I would say late 20s. And the principal, he printed all the material, and his daughter had everything on an iPad, and then they started to have like this silly family dispute, if it's the right thing to print out or not. But the one thing I understood is that the next generation won't do the same things than the parents, and they may also not work with the same advisors than the parents. And that's why I think it's really important to develop relationship with this next generation, to develop the offering for the next generation, but even more is really to engage with them and to educate them on a daily basis. At BlackRock, we have what we call the BlackRock Educational Academy. It's a bit like the Monaco private label, what we are having here, an in-person or online or even hybrid session, very much focused on education and learning about portfolio constructions, risk management, and it's open to every type of clients, but the people attending it the most are the next generation members that are really keen to engage and to learn the future.
Mm-hmm. I think we're in a generation that's, as you're saying, very avid to learn. So one thing is, okay, there's this long-term look when it comes to investment and when it comes to planning the family offices. But there is also a lot of opportunistic investment opportunities. So the last few years, COVID obviously changed everything. Now, the beginning of 2020 started with very unexpected geopolitical shifts with the Russian and Ukrainian conflict. How do family offices react to this?
Yeah, it's a good question, Andrea. And I think family offices during the recent crisis have really sat tight on their chair. There were no panicked sellers, and for them it was really important to analyze what's the risk and how are they exposed to the conflict, not just from a country allocation, but also in the sectors they are invested at. And many family offices have asked us at BlackRock to help them analyze their portfolio. So with our portfolio construction tools and a risk management tool, we have helped them and identified how they are exposed to the different risks. I think the main concern currently in the market is inflation. And it's a very much different inflation than we were used to in the past, where it was very much demand-driven inflation because so much has been injected in the economy. Here we are at a supply-driven inflation due to supply chain disruptions, due to increased commodity prices. Actually, these week inflation numbers in the US have been published, and they are the highest since 20 years. And there are multiple ways for family offices to protect their portfolios, from inflation-linked bonds to commodity indices, real estate, infrastructure, especially renewable, and that's really important also to take into considerations. Maybe the one asset class that has been a bit more disappointing, and I know many of the family offices really like that asset class is cryptocurrencies. I found that cryptocurrencies have been more equity related recently, and they've been less good as a portfolio diversification, especially against inflation.
That's really interesting. I think inflation definitely is something that is on a lot of people's minds and definitely a concern right now. So bringing it back home, bringing it back to Monaco, I mean, we're here, Monaco private label. What is the benefits of this country for family offices? Why would someone want to invest here and open their offices here?
Yeah, there are multiple reasons. Obviously, it's a great place to be looking from the window, but we all know it's also a tax-efficient place. But I think there's much beyond that. It's an international place. You have great talent, and I'm really seeing it on a daily basis when I'm speaking with family office CIOs in Monaco. They are very intellectually stimulating and keeping me busy. But also I think even if it's a very small place, it's a discrete place. And I'm seeing it when I'm organizing, for example, events for single family offices with 10, 20 single family offices around the table. And I'm always surprised to see the people exchanging business cards and networking, as it will be the first time they will see each other. It really means that Monaco, even if it's a small place, it's a very discreet place, and I think families tend to appreciate that.
Awesome. And just one last question before we wrap up. What advice would you give investors right now, given everything that we've just talked about?
I wouldn't give a very sophisticated advice. A very simple one is really to have some goals, achievable goals, and really stick to them. Make sure whenever you build your strategic asset allocation, you stick to your goals in the medium and the long term and really implement them in what you're doing. And that's the way you will navigate uncertain situations like the one we are currently at. I think for family offices, the most important is capital preservation, stay rich, but also to increase the wealth and to get richer. So that would be my piece of advice.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Lior. Thank you for coming down to Monaco and speaking to us about all of this. I'm sure it's very interesting for multiple people here.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you again. Very enlightening again. So at this stage now, I would like to call on stage another high-profile individual, Jérôme de Bontin. Jérôme de Bontin has 20 years of professional experience in sustainability, in investment management. He's a senior advisor and partner at Capricorn Investment Group, which is a leading mission-driven investment management and venture capital firm with offices in Silicon Valley, Palo Alto, I've been there, and New York City. He is also the founder and president of Mekar Financial Services, which is an asset management and investment advisory firm. And Jérôme, please join me here. And I invite you to introduce your panelists. And they are, well, you let me know. Let us know about your panelists. One in California, right? And the other one closer to here. Thank you.
Thank you, Michel. Indeed, Michel just said a few nice words about me, some of which we are no longer accurate, but it reflects the fact that we've known each other for almost 20 years, and that Capricorn has been part of MPL for several years. It's always our objective to try to bring successful, high-tech CEOs who are part of our portfolio companies. Prime Minister Castellini earlier mentioned Sébastien de Halleux, for those of you who were in Palm Beach several years ago. And recently we were fortunate to bring the president of SpaceX and the CEO of Joby Aviation and other similar companies. What all those companies have in common is that they're working on scalable solution to global problems linked to global warming, or decarbonization, electrification of transportation, and many related issues. And you will see that today's CEO is no exception to the rule in terms of the impact of his work on today's world. With me today, online, should appear very rapidly, they're here, my partner, Jan Yadigaroglu, whom many of you met in the past. He was here a couple of years ago, and he was obviously there in Palm Beach as well. Jan was the founding partner of Capricorn back in 2004, and was the leading force in the investment that we made in the electrification of transportation, such as Tesla back in 2005, or in SpaceX back in 2006, and since then in batteries and storage of energy and many related issues tied to many of the things that we talked about today. Capricorn today is about a $10 billion asset management company focusing exclusively on environmental and social issues, with a strong arm led by Jan in clean tech, early stage clean tech. I will turn to Jan and let him say a few words about the firm, and then introduce our guest today, Dr. Will Marshall from the company Planet. Jan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Very good. The floor is yours, if we may say so.
And I see we're all assembled. Thank you, Jérôme, for the warm words. And I think we mostly want to, we have a short amount of time and mostly want to hear from Will, but we have been looking now for 20 years for entrepreneurs that are armed with some deep technical engineering, physics, science kind of tool, but that have a model, an idea, passion that can make a really big difference in the world. And we've worked really hard for 20 years, and occasionally a few times a year, we find a company with that potential that's just getting started. And as Jérôme has stated, we've been very fortunate, very, very lucky also to stumble into some really amazing adventures like Tesla and SpaceX and Celdrone that were all present at prior events. And at some point, I was in and out of astrophysics and NASA, and I was visiting a NASA center, and I ran into Will and his co-founders, and a couple years later, they latched on to a really, really powerful idea of the power of constellations in space to do things better, faster, cheaper than these really, really heavy, big, giant satellites. And we were immediately taken not just by the engineering and technical and business vision, but also by the real passion to use that tool in ways that would create very big positive impacts for all of us. And frankly, the one that was most compelling, most passionate in that area has always been Will. And so I've always had a soft spot for that passion. So it's fun. I guess it's now, 10 years later, Will, and you're in the middle of the news every day, in the middle of all kinds of really big problems around forestry. They look at every tree in the world every single day. They look at every lake and river in the world every single day. They look at every building, at every ship. But of course, nowadays, they're also in the middle of what's going on in what Tom Friedman has named the World War Wired. And so, but I think, Will, let's come back to you and have you explain what you're doing, and then we'll see how the conversation goes.
Well, absolutely. Well, thanks very much for the kind introductions. It's lovely to be here virtually, if only. I wish I was there in person. So, look, I'm happy to give a few minutes overview. Maybe I can just start with a little bit of a discussion about the space renaissance and really what's going on there. And then I'll dive into a little bit about what Planet is doing. So I think a lot of people have heard about the fact that there's rockets and there's billionaires going up on rockets and there's Mars missions, and these are the things that meet the strongest public eye. But behind the scenes, there's quite a renaissance going on in space that is perhaps not the one that meets that public eye, which is that we have seen a couple of technological developments that are quite profound. One is the reduction in launch costs, and they've gone down about 4x over the last 5 years, which is quite a dramatic. I've been buying rockets for years and years and years, and they've actually finally, just in the last few years, started going down, and dramatically, and mainly because of SpaceX and reduction of launch costs because of reusability. The second, however, is in the same time frame, roughly speaking, we've seen about a 1,000-fold increase in cost performance of satellites. So that's like how much capability can you get out of a given kilogram that you put inside the rocket. And so with that, one is unleashing the ability to put large numbers of satellites into space. And it's a bit like the mainframe computer to desktop computer revolution for the space industry. And they, of course, compound, because cheaper launch and higher performing satellites enables even more capability. What's the main upshot of this? The main upshot is a data revolution that is enabling us to collect vastly more data about the Earth with a huge number of ramifications, and then vastly more data transmitted around the Earth. Roughly speaking, we are taking 10 times more information about the Earth than we were just 5 years ago, and we are also transmitting about 10 times more information around the planet than we were just 10 years ago. So it's really, the space renaissance is a data renaissance, I would argue. And it's a data renaissance. It's less about the rockets and the billionaires or the satellites, as much as I love the satellites as a space geek. It's more about the data and how it helps the Earth economy and helps us help with the sustainability, tele-education, telemedicine, and challenges on the Earth. So that's the way I think about it. Turning to Planet, I have a couple of slides. Can I present them? Is that okay?
Yep.
Let me see if I can. Oh, somebody has to enable me to share screen. Host disable, maybe somebody can work on that. But in short, we at Planet have about 200, just over 200 satellites that scan the whole Earth every day with imagery. So every point on the Earth's landmass we image roughly once per day, around 10:30 a.m. local time. So we will have already taken a picture at 10:30 a.m. local time in Monaco and everywhere else on the planet. So it's a bit like Google Maps when you turn on the satellite layer, except it's from today, and it's got every layer prior to that. So that is what we call a line scanner for the planet. So that involves about 180 of our satellites. So they pretty much scan the entire Earth landmass once per day.
Will, if I may just quickly interrupt,
Yeah.
you just need to ask for authorization to share, and then we'll give it to you on your computer.
I see. Right, let me see if I'm technically competent enough to do that. It just says host disabled, participant screen sharing. Hold on. Participants. See if I can see some other place that enables me to do more. No. I cannot see that actually. No, I don't know where I go to ask for screen share. And sorry for stop doing. No, I can't see it. So unless somebody can send me some instructions, but I can still describe it visually, and hopefully you can understand audibly, and hopefully you can visualize what I'm saying. Let me just ask my people.
I think if you try it now, Will, because mine just turned on. So.
Oh, so did mine. Yes.
Yep.
Aha. Brilliant. Let me just share these. Can you guys see this?
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, I've gone right to the end of the presentation. So here's just a few slides explaining a little bit about what we're up to. So this is a quick video that shows how our system works. And this will help you get an idea. So we have these 180 satellites that I was just mentioning. Each one takes a strip of images as it goes around the Earth. They're all in this polar orbit. But the Earth, the orbit stays fixed with respect to the sun, but the Earth rotates underneath it, and then it ends up line scanning the planet. And then we've added another 21 high-resolution satellites that are all around the Earth, which are in different inclined planes that enable us to take a picture at high resolution. So the scanning system is about 3-meter resolution, and the high resolution system is around 50 centimeters. And the 50 centimeter system can go to any particular point up to 10 times per day. So if you said, hey, can we image Monaco lots of times today, we could image just every hour during the daytime. So that's our system as it exists today. It's the largest Earth imaging system ever erected. We were the largest satellite fleet ever put into space until Elon just beat us with the Starlink fleet, but we're certainly by about 10x the largest Earth imaging fleet. As I mentioned, I've already covered this piece about the space renaissance. We've seen quite a dramatic change. But the upshot is really relevant to the biggest world trends of today. There's two multi-trillion-dollar transitions of our global economy, the left two here. Digital transformation is where big data and AI is enabling the more efficiency improvements of big industries like agriculture or transportation and so on. And satellite data is actually very relevant to that. Like in agriculture, we can improve crop yields by 20 to 40%. And that's quite substantive. And that's because we can tell the crop type and crop yield in every 3x3 meter box of every farmer's field every day and help him or her with precision agricultural practices. Sustainability is how, of course, we're trying to transition to a sustainable economy, taking into account natural capital, that is the rivers and the trees and all the things that we care about that is currently not taken into account in the economy. Well, the first step to taking it into account in the economy is, of course, counting it. You can't manage what you don't measure, and we are measuring all those trees, all those rivers, all those ice caps, all those agricultural fields and so on to enable us to move to a transition to a sustainable economy. In fact, the EU Green Deal, pretty much all the major pillars of the Green Deal can be substantively enhanced with satellite data. And then finally, as Jon mentioned, transparency and truth is something that we care about. So we're bringing a big accountability to the planet. And in Ukraine right now, even though it's not our first purpose to help with peace and security, it's a pretty big second one where we are enabling just the transparency of events. We are tracking everyone's movements. We were tracking the Russian buildup on the Ukrainian border. And I'll show a few examples. And importantly, when it's appropriate, we don't just help the governments and the NGOs with the relief operations in Ukraine, such as the UN and human rights organizations, but we also help provide our data when appropriate to the news media. And that sheds important light for everyone around the planet to understand what's going on. A lot of the reason you've seen so much about what's going on in Ukraine is because of satellite imagery and also TikTok. And we're sort of in this new era of open source intelligence. I will, here's just a few examples of how our data's helping, whether it's tracking forest fires, tracking floods, shipping into and out of ports, and so on and so forth. This little video is tracking deforestation, of course. You'll mention that we are imaging the entire Earth every day, and that just enables us to see individual trees. And we can track deforestation. In fact, we're tracking deforestation in 64 countries across the world with their forestry ministries, with a partnership with Norway and the United Nations. And this is the sort of situation we have with transparency in Ukraine. This is the front page issue of the New York Times, showing some of the carnage, terrible carnage in Mariupol. And it's just, of course, it's a tragic sight to see, but it's important that we all get to see it and get to see what's going on and hold accountable our governments. This is a specific example where from one day to the next, from the 14th to the 15th of February, the very day that Putin said, we are withdrawing our troops, we caught him building a bridge from Belarus to the Chechnya region, Chernobyl region of northern Ukraine. And that was what led the West to say, hey, we don't believe that you're withdrawing. In fact, you're doing the opposite. And that's the kind of significance of the data to those political events. There's a few more examples. Here's a bridge being taken out in the Cameroon border region. So that just gives you maybe a quick flash at what Planet is doing. Let me just end my screen share just to give you, a quick overview. So Jon, what do you think? Where do you want to go from here with the conversation?
Well, one thing that comes to mind, you were already up and running with a smaller at the time and less powerful constellation during the Syrian conflict, and you had picked the basic imaging and processing. Of course, you're always also paying attention to not just the positives, but the negatives. And some of the negatives can be an invasion of privacy. And you had decided not to attempt to track people, for instance, individual people. But during the Syrian crisis, you already had a constellation. And it was fascinating that you could see refugees because they would build camps or they would be in groups on roads. And you realized, okay, there's a danger because it can also serve as a way to target refugees.
Yep.
And so I'm curious now, of course, in providing all this transparency, right? You're doing the same thing for the whole globe every day. You're not doing it because the US government tells you, or the Ukrainians or the Russians. So it's really an objective data set. And so there's real positive, real incredibly strong attributes. How do you handle the possible misuse of the data in this conflict?
Well, technology always has positives and negatives, but the second lesson that one learns in technology and society, studying technology and society, the history of it, is that some technology is bent towards good and sometimes technology is bent towards bad. Nuclear technology, we might all wish would go away, even though there's obviously upsides to nuclear technology, including in power and medicine. But to have an existential threat of thousands of nuclear weapons, as we're seeing play out with Ukraine right now, it plays a huge part into why we are not defending Ukraine more. So I think we would wish that away if we could. Earth observation data, I think, massively leans towards good, and here's why. Transparency and accountability empower people to make smarter decisions. And if we democratize access to that, we have one important ethical principle. We will never give a picture to one entity that we will not also give to another. So take the Syria situation. We were providing our imagery to multiple parties at that time. To multiple governments, and then also to NGOs and the media, who can then shed light. And so, okay, so yes, some people can potentially use it badly, but it's very unlikely because everyone gets to see what they're doing. No one gets exclusivity to the data. So that's an important principle. But we have had cases where we have been worried about the use case and then we just refused it, and we have an ethics committee process to check what is the government say going to do with this data. It's generally less controversial in the private sphere, although there might be examples like that. But generally in the government sphere, we do have an ethics process to check, so that goes beyond the sanctions. So we check against the sanctions, and then we have our own ethics process on top of that says, hey, do we still want to work with this, even if it's legal to? And we've had cases where we just say no. But in general, it's all bent towards helping the world because transparency equals accountability equals empowerment of citizens and especially open societies to hold their governments account. And so, yeah, and by the way, the Syria example that you raised is an important example where security and sustainability are intrinsically linked. It was a drought in Syria that led to a crop failure, that led to a crisis, a war, a civil conflict, and then that led to the refugee crisis. And we saw that through the whole event. So sustainability is security now. Those two things are completely being merged. And that's why, even though our main passion is in helping sustainability, stopping the deforestation, helping protect the coral reefs and all that, and I can talk more about that, the security piece is intrinsically related, and we're trying to help both. And it's the same theory of change in both, which is transparency and accountability leads to better decision making.
Well, I should have mentioned that, of course, that's a powerful answer. Thank you. And that you were a product of both Europe and US, both in education, the space agencies. You had stints in some of the great educational institutions on both sides and our different space agencies. And I'm noticing that you sound a little less Californian today and a little more like your roots. So we span all that, and you're probably zooming into this via a Starlink connection, judging from your background.
Yes,
which
that's
has been the other 1-2 punch of this wired conflict.
Mm-hmm.
Some of you may know that there are over 5,000 Starlink dishes that were shipped overnight to Ukraine in the last month. And that is in many areas what has been maintaining that transparency of what is actually going on, right? Maintaining connectivity with the municipalities, the public, and that's been also one of the key features of
and that's what I mean about it's not about these satellites and going to Mars and things like this. It's actually super relevant down here now on solving our challenges today. People think of space as very far out, you know, and the space agency stuff often is, you know, it's the astrophysics, which you and I love for the science, you know, and the planetary missions. But actually the space renaissance is all about the Earth and helping the Earth economy, helping development.
That's exciting. So, Jérôme, do we have, I think you, are we out of time or do we have time for another question? We can't hear you. Yes, so
Two more questions, or 2 more minutes?
No, I think he said we're cutting off, yes.
Oh.
Well, maybe we'll, I guess now that he can't stop us, we can.
Yeah, well, why don't you ask another question?
Yes. So of course, the capabilities of what you're doing, both computationally with these massive amounts of data, and also, frankly, just from the instruments in space is continuously improving. So what do you think it leads to a little bit down the road if you you go fast forward 5 years, let's say?
Well, obviously, we're getting better and better data. So the data rates, we just launched 44 new satellites on a SpaceX rocket, actually, about 10 weeks ago, and they are producing per satellite per day 5 times more data than the prior generations, because we went from a 29 megapixel camera to a 47 megapixel camera. The radios went up in speed. We call it strapping space to Moore's law. So they're just going to get better and better, just like the phones in your pocket get better. We're leveraging that technology to make the satellites better and better for the same cost. So we're going to continue to see those. So we're going to see higher resolution, higher frequency, more spectral bands. We just announced a program we're working on called Carbon Mapper, which will be a 3rd fleet of satellites that are hyperspectral. They'll have 400 spectral bands. And the main aim of that is to detect methane and CO2 point source emitters. It also has fantastic utility, by the way, in tracking biodiversity around the planet. So this mission, Carbon Mapper, is going to be on having more spectral bands, having more colors to look at the world. And so we're going to continue to advance those sort of things. But at the same time, I think the other massive and important trend that's affecting our industry, like it's affecting all others, is AI. And it's all about how does the AI need that data to solve real problems? Because in the end of the day, people can't look at all this imagery. We're taking 3 million images per day, even today. But Instead, we will move, as we add AI, to more what I call a searchable earth. So just like Google figured out how to index the internet and make it searchable, with AI on top of our data, we are indexing what's on the earth, like, well, the trees, the roads, the planes, the ships, whatever, yeah? And then enabling people to search it. And then with machine learning, so then you should be able to just ask questions. Hey, how many houses are there in Monaco? How many ships are in the port? Give me a plot of that versus time. How many trees are on all the parks, and is that going up or going down? And tell me the latitude and longitude of the ones that have gone down. And so this queryable earth, as I call it, or searchable earth, is I think where we're going to go next with the technology. Better data, and then more democratized because of AI.
Can you two hear me now?
Yes.
We can.
Okay, so what I was saying was 2 minutes, so it's just perfect.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Will. I know you got up very early to participate today. Thank you, Jan, for calling in from New York, and look forward to seeing you next week.
I just wanted to thank also Will for doing this, and hopefully you magic that happens when extraordinary people tackle really tough problems. But it does also require a tremendous amount of capital over many, many years, right? Will is in year 10 of Planet, and many of these things we've discussed sound like overnight wonders because you hear about them when they're already wonderful, but there's usually 5, 10, or 15 years of extraordinary work by extraordinary people behind it. And Monaco has been one of our first and most eager participants in that, and we really appreciate all the support, because we can't do this incredible work without all that kind of support. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jérôme. Thank you very much. Now we're coming to the last session. Can you believe that? It's a very enjoyable one, because that's kind of a preview to the testing that it's more than a testing, I mean, it's a treat that we are going to experience tonight at the cocktail reception of the dinner. And if my colleagues, friends behind me can launch the video, that would be absolutely fantastic. It's all about now the champagne Perrier-Jouët. And Perrier-Jouët, it's a long story between Perrier-Jouët, Maison Perrier-Jouët, and the Principality. And for this session that we have two ladies. So you see, today that was women entrepreneurship from start to the end of this conference. And we are going to be connected to these two ladies. We first of all, Axel de Buffet-Vent, who is the creative director of Maison Perrier-Jouët, and Séverine Fresson. She's the cellar master of Maison Perrier-Jouët. She's the cellar master. That's a very important job. And both will share with us their vision on the luxury of tomorrow. Two distinct visions, because they are linked. Exactly.
Les deux notions sont absolument indissociables. Le temps fait partie de l'expérience et de la réalisation du luxe. Je pense que l'intemporalité du luxe, c'est vraiment cette idée de ne plus prendre en compte le temps, ne plus le prendre en considération. Chez Perrier-Jouët, on a la chance d'avoir plus de 2 siècles d'histoire et de savoir-faire et de transmission des savoir-faire. Je pense que c'est une forme d'intemporalité à l'échelle humaine, une forme de luxe. Ça confère aussi une responsabilité, cette relation au luxe et au temps, une responsabilité de mémoire. Hein. On disait transmission, on cultive la mémoire, on perpétue les valeurs. Une responsabilité vis-à-vis de la préservation de nos terroirs aussi. Une responsabilité de création, d'innovation, de projection dans un avenir, lui aussi, puisque le temps, c'est le temps passé, mais c'est aussi le temps futur. Chez Perrier-Jouët, on ne considère pas un temps, on ne considère pas un luxe, mais 4 temps. Le temps de la nature, donc de nos terroirs, le temps de l'héritage, la transmission, le temps du faire, Et ça, Séverine vous en parlera mieux que moi. Et le temps de l'émotion qu'on transmet aux gens qui vont déguster nos champagnes.
Donc en effet, Perrier-Jouët s'inscrit dans un temps long, un temps lié justement pour accompagner au mieux la maison dans le respect de son histoire, dans le respect de son patrimoine, dans le respect de son terroir, de son savoir-faire. Et donc c'est vraiment l'identité que l'on va transmettre de génération en génération. Également aussi, j'ai la chance d'être seulement la 8e chef de cave en plus de 200 ans d'existence de la maison. Et donc justement, cette notion au temps, c'est, comme l'ont fait mes prédécesseurs, c'est le respect de tous ces moments historiques. Et dernièrement, voilà, une passation avec mon prédécesseur Hervé Deschamps s'est déroulée en 2020. Et que cette notion de transmission de chef de cave de l'un à l'autre pour écrire l'histoire de la maison, donc de génération en génération. Et également, en tant que chef de cave, je marche complètement dans les pas des fondateurs, Rose Adélaïde Jouët et Pierre-Nicolas Perrier, et de travailler et de complexifier aussi le style floral, l'implication du chardonnay et l'excellence et l'exigence de nos vins que l'on souhaite travailler tout au long du temps. Le sentiment de m'inscrire aussi dans un temps long, je l'ai pleinement quand j'élabore les vins aujourd'hui. Les vins qui vont être dégustés dans 3 ans, dans 8 ans, dans 10 ans, voire plus comme une bouteille de notre millésime 1874 qui a été vendue il y a encore quelques temps aux enchères, que je projette justement les vins d'aujourd'hui dans les vins de demain.
Alors le lien de la maison à l'art est né dès le départ, au moment de la fondation de la maison par Pierre-Nicolas Perrier et Rose Adélaïde Jouët, qui avaient pour passion commune le champagne, l'art et la nature. Et puis plus tard, ça va se développer au moment de la création de la bouteille Art Nouveau par Émile Gallet, qui aujourd'hui est notre bouteille emblématique de la Belle Époque. Pour moi, l'art et le design sont vraiment des créateurs d'innovation essentiels. Ils aident les maisons de luxe à appréhender les transitions sociétales, à anticiper les attentes des consommateurs et puis à ouvrir des voies nouvelles. Il s'agit vraiment de montrer la voie, et ce que les artistes font toujours, hein, ils montrent la voie. Très clairement, l'art et le design ne sont pas les étapes finales du processus, c'est aujourd'hui au cœur de la stratégie de l'entreprise et en particulier dans l'univers du luxe. Chez Perrier-Jouët, l'art nouveau est très central depuis la bouteille originale de la Belle Époque, créée par Émile Gallet, au travers de notre collection, évidemment, à la Maison Belle Époque aussi, et au travers de toutes les relations artistiques qu'on peut avoir encore, puisque beaucoup d'artistes viennent chez nous et participent à continuer à projeter la maison dans l'avenir et à nous faire ouvrir de nouvelles voies de réflexion. Voilà, véritablement, l'art et le design sont chez nous créateurs de valeurs, d'image et de sens. Ils participent à raconter notre histoire, notre philosophie, notre identité. Ils participent à nous permettre de créer un lien très émotionnel avec nos clients et ils contribuent évidemment à délivrer des messages de fond, en particulier sur notre relation à la nature.
Alors, en tant que chef de cave, je considère faire un métier de création. Et donc, par conséquent, je suis très, très sensible à toutes les formes de création, qu'elles soient artistiques, qu'elles soient gastronomiques ou qu'elles soient aussi dans cet univers du vin. D'ailleurs, je reçois à la Maison Belle Époque l'ensemble des artistes qui sont sélectionnés par Perrier-Jouët. Donc, leur faire découvrir l'histoire de Perrier-Jouët, le patrimoine de Perrier-Jouët, leur faire ressentir vraiment tout ce savoir-faire fondamental dans nos relations pour le devenir de Perrier-Jouët. L'inspiration est mutuelle dans nos échanges. C'est vraiment ils me nourrissent de leur réflexion à travers la marque, et moi je les nourris de ma vision du champagne, des mots pour décrire les cuvées. Et quand on les déguste ensemble, de ma connaissance du terroir, de tout ce qu'on va parcourir ensemble pour la marque. Également, ils vont me nourrir de leur créativité, de leur interprétation de leur relation à l'art et à la nature, et également toutes leurs émotions liées à nos vins, et liées à notre univers et liées à notre terroir. On cherche ensemble une expérience dans laquelle le champagne et l'art dialoguent, où ils ont toujours un lien avec la nature, symbiose, et vraiment tout en symbiose avec la nature et les vins.
Alors évidemment, vous le dites, il y a un enjeu environnemental fort. Où est l'équilibre aujourd'hui entre les attentes de notre consommateur en termes d'excellence, d'expérience, de qualité, de plaisir et évidemment l'impact que cela peut avoir. Notre première considération, c'est pour l'avenir et comment continuer à créer du beau en faisant bien, à faire du bon en faisant bien, en réenchantant et en préservant cette dimension d'excellence de nos vins, tout en ayant une approche la plus responsable possible dans toutes nos méthodes de fabrication et d'expérience. C'est un chemin, ce n'est pas un objectif qui sera atteint, c'est un chemin et tous les jours on atteint des nouveaux objectifs. Je crois que les savoir-faire n'ont pas changé, mais aujourd'hui, on les adapte à l'environnement, on les adapte aux enjeux, et ça dépasse de très loin le simple périmètre de la maison ou de nos vignobles. Chez Perrier-Jouët, nous avons le sentiment d'avoir une responsabilité à l'échelle de la communauté du vivant dans son ensemble. Nous intervenons à chaque étape de l'élaboration de nos vins, depuis la vigne jusqu'à l'expérience de dégustation, pour réduire l'influence que nous avons sur nos écosystèmes, écosystèmes dont nous faisons partie. Pour exemple, à s'éloigner de la vigne et du vignoble, le dernier coffret que nous avons développé, l'EcoBox, qui est un coffret dont l'impact a été radicalement réduit par rapport au coffret précédent. Il n'y a plus d'encre qui ne soit pas d'origine végétale. Les encres ont été réduites au minimum. Le poids a été réduit de 70%. On fait des efforts pour préserver aussi bien la qualité de l'expérience que l'ensemble de l'écosystème et de la communauté du vivant.
Alors, Perrier-Jouët évolue depuis plus de 200 ans en symbiose avec la nature. C'est un lien fort et sincère qui fait partie de l'ADN de la maison et qui nous a été laissé, transmis par les fondateurs, Pierre-Nicolas Perrier et son fils Charles Perrier, tous deux botanistes, tous deux aimant la nature, avec leurs idées novatrices dans le domaine de la viticulture et aussi dans le domaine de la gestion du développement durable et la gestion du vignoble. Cultiver justement ce sentiment d'appartenance à la nature, impacter positivement l'écosystème, fait vraiment partie de l'histoire de la maison, de l'ADN de la maison, pour vraiment s'inspirer du vivant, s'inspirer de tout ce terroir qui est vraiment sous nos pieds et de tout l'univers champenois pour vraiment en tirer le meilleur et vraiment l'élever pour les générations futures. À travers différents exemples, nous avons mis en place depuis 2016 différentes certifications au niveau de nos vignobles. La certification HVE, haute valeur environnementale et viticulture durable en Champagne. Également, nous avons instauré le zéro pesticide, la biodiversité dans l'ensemble de nos parcelles. Tout ceci a un rôle vraiment actif joué par la maison et également un soutien à l'ensemble de nos partenaires vignerons en Champagne afin d'accélérer leur propre transition environnementale. Un programme expérimental dernièrement lancé en 2020 au niveau de notre vignoble interne concerne la viticulture régénératrice. Ce programme a vraiment pour ambition de transformer le vignoble de Perrier-Jouët à horizon 2025 et l'objectif est vraiment cette régénération des sols, de pouvoir travailler, améliorer la résilience de l'écosystème face aux effets du changement climatique pour améliorer la biodiversité. La viticulture régénératrice permettra ainsi d'agir sur le climat.
Merci à tous et je vous souhaite un sommet très inspirant.
Merci à tous, très bon sommet. autour de la nature, des valeurs humaines et du développement durable.
Eh bien, c'est parfait. Merci beaucoup, mesdames. Merci beaucoup. And that was the last session of the day. May I kindly ask Andrew to join me here for the closing remarks before we rush to, no, not rush, but we don't miss the, we don't miss the boat tonight for the Oceanographic Museum, where we are going to taste this Belle Époque champagne that was explained right here. So, Andrew, what would you say about today?
Well, we covered a lot of ground, that's for sure, and I think there was plenty of food for thought. I think in terms of Monaco, it was interesting to see so many examples of which the public image of Monaco and the reality on the ground is entirely different. The public image of Monaco from abroad is that people come here to count their money or save their money or spend their money. Whereas we saw plenty of examples here today of where people are in Monaco making money, making businesses, being entrepreneurial, developing things that are not normally associated. And they're all very enthusiastic about it too. You and I talked before about the passion that a lot of people show. And passion is everything when you're an entrepreneur. You have to be passionate to get on with things. You have to be passionate to deal with the failures and pick yourself up and start over again. And I think we saw an image today of Monaco in the context of all the big things we were talking about, which actually Monaco needs to do more to get out, to get that image across for the 21st century. It's
Absolutely.
very different from its image in the 20th century.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Thank you. Yeah, well, that was fun to showcase all those faces of Monaco that actually, as I was saying briefly last night, when shooting all these from yesterday, you know, the sessions, 26 sessions throughout the day, I was surprised about the content. And I was also quite surprised, I would say, by the passion that was really getting out of that, all those interviews and presentation. So anyway, I'm also very impressed by your interest, about your attention, and by your presence with us. So that's really great. And I cannot wait for tonight and tomorrow. Actually, tomorrow, and we will have another treat tomorrow, lunch. That will be
Nobu.
Nobu, that will be sushi, black cod, and champagne. Perrier-Jouet champagne will go from 3 different wines, and with the explanation of our friend Mélanie Macaron, who is sitting over there. So, and we will see you tonight anyway, and Mélanie, and then that will be really another treat. So, merci encore, thank you so much, and see you tonight. Thank you.
Tonight.
All right.